Okay, so it is 6 p.m. and I will officially call the meeting of the Lafayette City Council to order for our May 9th, 2022 meeting. By a visual roll call, I will note that all members of the council and Vice Mayor Anduri are present except for Council Member Kwok, who has pre-noticed us and an excused absence this evening. I want to move forward with adoption of the agenda. I understand that there was potentially some confusion over our earlier start time. And so I would like to allow for people who are here now to make public comment for items not on the agenda, but would like to also propose that we amend the agenda to also allow for public comments not on the agenda at 7 p.m. following the presentations, so that everyone who wants to speak to us is able to do that. So may I have, thank you, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, is that for people who haven't spoken at 6?
Yes, we
That's
would only,
intent.
thank you. We would only allow you to speak one time, and I see Mala nodding her head, but great question, thank you. Okay, so with that, that amendment, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
A second.
Thank you. So we will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So we have unanimously adopted our agenda. So we will move on to our first public comment for items not on the agenda. And Suzanne, will you assist us with getting members of the public into the room?
Certainly. If any members of the public would like to speak now regarding items that are not on the agenda, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. The first speaker is Bill Hoagland.
Welcome, Mr. Hoagland. And as he's coming over, I do want to note that these items are not agendized. So the council very much looks forward to hearing public comment and public input, but we will not be able to engage in responses. I will ask if council members have clarifying questions, but this is for public comment not on the agenda. And I don't see him coming over.
So Mr. Hoagland, you should be getting a pop-up on your screen inviting you to be promoted to be a panelist. So if you can go ahead and accept that.
And anyone who wants to wait until the 7 o'clock time, we will allow everyone to do it at that time as well. Welcome, Mr. Hoagland, and I hope that we're pronouncing that correctly, but welcome. And it looks like you're here, and if you would unmute,
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, welcome.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I just wanted to wish all the ladies on the board and at the meeting a belated Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
And I know my item is not on the agenda, so I'll just be very quick here. I would like to propose that the resolution that was passed at the last meeting, 2022-25, that you amend that to include SL2, which that resident who lives basically in front of that area, 3464 School Street, they're in favor of it. And I think it would accomplish what you're looking to do. Meanwhile, SL9, I again ask you to drop that. All the homes impacted for that are against it. And we feel that, again, you're trying to promote safety, but you're really trying to promote another agenda. So I will leave it at that. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your written comment. I do want to also remind people that we have received written public comment on the items not on the agenda and have read those as well. So thank you. Any questions for the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you very much. And if there's, okay.
The next speaker is Tad Sibley. And if anyone else would like to speak at this time, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom so the council is aware of your desire.
Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Sibley.
Okay, good evening.
Good
First, I
evening.
want to thank the council and the traffic committee for staging a meeting out on School Street, taking us through the attributes of what is planned and a timetable and so forth. When we were, I won't call roaming the street, but walking along the sidewalk, I had conversations with many of you, and of course, Mike. And it was really apparent to me that SL2 is needed. It would be a great safety solution for all those students that come from the bike lane down to the crosswalk to cross over to Stanley. My conversations with Mike included, and we agree that that takes care of about 90% of the issue, safety issue there. There is quite a bit of work when you go on beyond that. We noticed the crown in the road. But I agree with Bill and many other residents here in Lafayette in general, that SL9 is not needed now. There's a handful of bikes with parents going, kids with parents. My pretty much daily count is only about 5 or 6. And they're headed towards Lafayette Elementary, but they're on the sidewalk, they're safe, they're not meeting any sort of traffic coming the other way, bicycle traffic on the sidewalk. And I really believe that you could reconsider that, save yourself some money, and put that aside for when it's time to make your plans for the permanent wider sidewalk, i.e. First Street, when you can do that to this part of School Street. I also have talked to some of the doctors down the street, our own building 3511, as well as Dr. Rufinoff's, and eliminating parking down here also hurts them. They don't have the biggest lots. It's already impacted on their street, and to shove more down School Street is just going to affect them as well. And then lastly, we did talk in our little tour about enforcement. And I just want to address that shortly. I know it's not part of the proposal, but maybe it should be, because we already have extensive vehicle violations on School Street at drop off and pickup time. And these people, I could guarantee it, I'd put money on it, they're going to park in the drop off. Excuse me, not park. Oh, I was just stopping off there. That's what you're going to hear. The problem already exists with that kind of parking. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And thank you for your written comment earlier as well. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, hearing none, thank you. Any other members of the public who want to speak, Suzanne?
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, and just a reminder for those who may have just arrived, we will be providing an opportunity at 7 p.m. as well, because I understand that some communications went out with that time on it. Okay, so we will now move on to our next portion of the agenda, which is presentations. And we have 2 presentations this evening, and we will start with and invite in the Executive Director of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, Tim Hale. And Narup, is anybody doing any queuing up, or did I just do it?
You just did, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And welcome, Mr. Hale. Good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Really appreciate the opportunity for being here. My name is Tim Hale, I'm the Executive Director of Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and just been wanting to go around and talk to all of the city councils about what's happening at Contra Costa Transportation Authority. There's a lot of exciting things going on, and want to share that and get your feedback. And so I've got a short presentation for you, and then really looking forward to any questions that you may have about what's happening at CCTA. So let me share my screen. So as the new executive director at Contra Costa Transportation Authority, I've been doing this for just a little over a year. And a lot of the vision that I have is really focusing on how we can better connect our communities together and really bring transportation to people in a much more efficient, in a much more attractive way. And so before I start, I wanted to make sure I talk a little bit about CCTA and what we do here at CCTA. So we collect a 1/2-cent sales tax called Measure J. It started in 2004 and it sunsets in 2034. And it generates about $2.7 billion for projects and programs. And on this slide is a lot of the things we do. I'm going to highlight the programs. We fund transit, we fund paratransit service, accessible transportation. We also fund things like our Contra Costa 511 program, where it talks about safe routes to schools, as well as educating our students about how to better navigate our transportation system, and also funds ferry service. And a lot of this is really there to provide direct benefit to all of our commuters, all our travelers. And the other thing we do is collect or build projects. And so CCTA actually leads plans and designs and constructs a lot of our capital projects. And I'm happy to say that we've delivered about 90% of the capital projects in the Measure J Transportation Expenditure Plan. And that's really based on leveraging, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But these are all the projects that we've constructed as part of Measure J. You might know the fourth bore of the Caldecott Tunnel. That was brought to you by Measure J and CCTA. Also, all the improvements that you've seen on the 680 corridor have been done by CCTA and funded by Measure J. And so what we're really, how we're able to do this is by really leveraging your local sales tax dollars. So every dollar that we collect is able to leverage about $3 of state or regional federal funds. And so we've been able to leverage about $1.4 billion in measure money to really build about $5.6 billion of dollars in transportation improvements in Contra Costa County. And we're a very small agency. We're about 20 people. So we're basically a really lean, very efficient agency here in Contra Costa County. And we really rely and contract out about 95% of our work. So I think, as you'll see, I think we're at this tipping point in transportation. We're coming out of a pandemic. People are now working from home and it's starting to become part of our culture. Transit is still recovering. And plus we've got climate change issues in California. And there's a lot of new policies around transportation and climate change. Transportation actually contributes to about 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions here in the state of California. And then I think based on the pandemic, we have a lot of people walking and biking more. We have people using our streets more because they're working from home. And so our kids, our children are doing more walking and biking, and we want to make sure that we've got safe routes to schools. And so during the pandemic, we looked at this and we said, okay, we really need to start thinking about how does transportation need to change and what needs to happen. And so we went out during the pandemic and we did what we call a travel behavior study. And these are the results. I know it says 680, but this does include the city of Lafayette relative to 24 and 680. And what we did is we started talking to people about, what do you want to see in transportation? And if you were going to really change modes, what would be some of the things that you would change? How would you actually change your travel behavior? And so this slide is really interesting. And we actually did a travel behavior study on State Route 4, on I-80, and also as well as 680. And all the results are different based on the demographic, based on the culture of that corridor. And so within your community, people are really looking to really want to carpool. Also want to take better transit, private bus shuttle, as well as public buses. And then also people, you can see 35% of people want to walk more or carpool with others. And then the other category is telecommuting. There's a lot of interest. I mean, telecommuting is now, working from home is now a transportation strategy. I mean, as we saw during the pandemic, as people were working from home, as we were in sheltered in place, freeways and congestion magically solved itself. And so we want to basically start thinking about how we can design a transportation system that can really accommodate these folks that want to change modes. And right now, people can't change modes. They don't know how to, and there's not other available modes for them to change into. And so those are the types of things that CCTA is really focused on, is how to really build this better connected transportation system that really provides people with choices for different transportation options depending on where they're going. So I know City of Lafayette, one of the things, I mean, because people want to walk and bike more, and I know City of Lafayette is really championing this at the regional level in the county. And Lafayette was the first city in Contra Costa County to officially adopt Vision Zero. And I think all of you know what this is, because I've been here before and I've talked with you about Vision Zero, but this is really a commitment to really building better infrastructure for safer walking and biking, really taking a proactive approach and developing things like refuge areas, quick build type projects, islands, things that can really help delineate and make sure people are able to get across the street or travel adjacent to streets on a bike or as a pedestrian. And so this is really an important aspect of our 2018 countywide bicycle pedestrian plan, and CCTA and Mayor Geringer as a member or board member of Contra Costa Transportation Authority. Last September, we adopted the Vision Zero implementation guide, really giving cities a toolkit of how to proceed and how to build. And Lafayette, again, has been a champion for this in Contra Costa County. The other thing that we're also doing is helping to educate our children in middle school, high school, elementary school, even at the younger levels, of how to really navigate safe routes to schools, how to ride their bike safer along the road, and teaching them safe bike helmet safety, teach them how to use hand signals or signs along the roadways to make sure they're walking or biking safely. Also working with students at the high school level and the California Highway Patrol to help them be more aware of bicyclists and pedestrians as they're becoming new drivers. And so this is a program that we've been doing now in all of central and eastern Contra Costa County, and we call it Street Smarts. I think the other thing is, because we're looking for more options, CCTA is really taking a transit first approach. We're really looking at how we can kind of plan our local road system, and not all roads, but particular roads, about how to better prioritize the space. Based on a lot of the policies and because a lot of the constraints in our communities, we're not going to be widening roads like we have in the past. So we have to basically look at ways to leverage and optimize the existing infrastructure to help prioritize different modes, so that way we can help accommodate those that do want to shift out of their cars. And so this may involve a better transit system, but it also means connecting people to transit better through first and last mile options. So if you could imagine a network of shared mobility hubs that have personalized mobility options that range in different sizes, different typologies, so that way someone could be able to walk or bike about a half mile to the nearest shared mobility hub and have an access to personalized mobility options, whether that be a shuttle or a bike share or a scooter or car share or carpooling, and those or curbside management for Ubers and Lyfts of the world, and be able to get connected to transit through these shared mobility hubs. And then also looking at how we can transition our zero emissions and meet our zero emission goals with transit vehicles, heavy duty vehicles, and really identifying how we're going to optimize the existing network, identify transit priority capital projects. So how are we going to prioritize transit? and then ultimately deciding how we want to operate this new transit system in Contra Costa County. And part of that is being able to, like I mentioned, prioritizing transit. And so one of the other initiatives that I think has been really attractive for all of the 19 cities in Contra Costa County is we're developing this countywide connected signal system. And this system is really intended to really prioritize transit, but also have better detection for pedestrians and bicyclists, so we can better identify where those near misses are occurring between vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists, and be able to address that in a more proactive way. Also, putting in smart infrastructure. So this would be infrastructure for being able to better manage the roadway. So for example, during evacuations for a fire, we'd be able to synchronize signals to be able to get people out of a community into a safer place or to a highway. Also, being able to leverage the future fleet of vehicles through connected and autonomous vehicles. So really making sure that we're able to prioritize transit, emergency vehicles, help with evacuations, better safety and meeting our Vision Zero goals for bicycles and pedestrians, and then also preparing our corridors for the future for connected and smart infrastructure. The other thing that we're working on is an initiative called Charge Up Contra Costa. Contra Costa County is one of the highest rates of adoptions in the state of California for electric vehicles. And so we want to make sure that we're providing the infrastructure needed to keep up with that rate of adoption. As you are looking within your cities, working with developments, working with businesses and commercial properties, CCTA is here to work with you to help install electric vehicle chargers, but also help with workforce development, and also potentially put out rebates for e-bikes, e-bike share programs. And we're doing that. Our first phase of this is doing this with the California Energy Commission that we received the grant. And there's a tremendous amount of federal funding that's coming down the pipeline for this that we're also planning to tap into for Contra Costa County. And another key aspect of what we're looking at is accessible transportation, or mobility for all. This is about a 2 years old statistic, but there's about 15% of our population here in Contra Costa County is over the age of 65. And that population is expected to double by the year 2035. And so making sure that we've got accessible transportation, meeting the needs, closing the gaps, and really developing a more integrated system, so that way people can help, maintain their quality of life, maintain their health as we're have this growing aging population. And what we're also going through is updating our countywide transportation plan. And this is really not a check the box item. I really want to make sure that we're getting a lot of participation and engagement with your city, as well as your constituents and the public, we need to build a better transportation system. We all know that in some elements of transportation, it's broken, and we need to re-envision or reimagine the possibilities of what we think transportation can be in the future. And this countywide transportation plan is really going to do that. It's going to develop a set of actions, but also set the visions, the goals, as well as performance measures. And what do we want to measure ourselves by as we're looking towards the future? Another big element of this is identifying what we're calling routes of regional significance. And in the past, we've had these significant routes, but we typically would only do monitoring, making sure we identify actions to mitigate any congestion in those corridors. But I really want to take a different approach and start from the ground up of how can we re-envision these corridors similar to the transit first priorities, the connected signal systems, better walking, biking, Vision Zero. All of these initiatives that we're working on can be focused in this corridor. So essentially building out a regional local road network that's connected, that's moving people more efficiently throughout the entire county. And that way we can move people better to transit, but move people better to the highway system too, if you're going to be driving. And so one of the things that CCTA wants to do is we want to take a bigger role in these routes of regional significance and really help and assist with the planning and the designing of these routes of regional significance as we look towards the future. So if you don't know, CCTA is a very innovative agency. We are known both regionally and nationally, and in some ways globally, as one of the most innovative agencies across the country. And that's really based on our redefining mobility approach. And CCTA has been managing and operating for almost 10 years now, a secure autonomous vehicle test bed at the former Contra Naval Weapons Station. And through that work, we've had literally a front row seat to the future with working with the private sector and developing some very good public-private partnerships. And through those partnerships, we've been able to deploy a shared autonomous vehicle like that one on the right on public roads. We're working with new partners like Glideways, which is on the left, to really develop a closed network of personalized mobility options. And so we take this work and we incorporate it into all of our projects. And we're not just doing this because it's fun and it looks cool, but we're doing this because we're trying to solve problems. We're trying to solve our first and last mile problem. We're trying to make signals operate better. We're trying to make transit better and move to zero emissions in terms of our sustainability goals. And so we're leveraging that in all of that, what we do. And a good example of that is our Innovate 680 program. Through the 680 corridor, we have taken all of these bits and pieces in this vision to really come up with a holistic, integrated approach to really move people more efficiently in all different types of modes and safely throughout this entire corridor. And not just focusing on the freeway, but focusing on the entire system as a whole. And we're doing that through 7 strategies, but also implementing that through several different projects. And so that way, one day, you would be able to open up a mobile application that CCTA is working on, put in your origin, your destination. It would be able to give you your mobility options, whether you have to make a transfer. It'll be able to plan, schedule, pay, and also receive rewards for whatever trip that you might be taking. Be able to send you information as you're on your trip, whether you're walking or biking or in a car in transit. And so by having this network of shared mobility hubs like I'm talking about, would literally be the gateway to seamless travel within this corridor. And so we've been working on this for about 3 years, and you're going to start seeing things actually being implemented in the corridor by the year 2024, 2025, as we kind of look to delivering all the projects and aspects of the corridor. And this overall program has become the model in the state, working with Caltrans and addressing a lot of the climate change policies, project delivery policies, and we're leading the way in terms of what the future of transportation is going to look like. That concludes my presentations, and happy to available to answer any questions or any comments that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for taking down the PowerPoint. There we go. I do have a couple of questions, but I will open it up first to my colleagues. Councilmember Dawson.
Hi, thanks, Tim. That was really wonderful. Pretty exciting, all the things going on. I just had a few quick questions. One about charge of Contra Costa. That's very exciting. How do we tap into, that, especially the federal money is coming down? Because we definitely have challenges in Lafayette, and would love the opportunity to figure out how to put more ESVE into town with help. And the other question I had is where you are at with the transportation plan that you said you're updating. Is it the beginning of the cycle, or you closing off, or where you're at with that?
Very good questions. The first one is we actually reached out to all the local jurisdictions just recently, and we were looking for any ideas or projects that you would be interested in working with CCTA and pursuing funding through this federal infrastructure bill. And so electrification, electric vehicle charging was consistently across the board a program that all the cities were interested in. And so, and the benefit of that is we can approach it from a county standpoint, which we can be more competitive because we have a very diverse county overall. And so by doing that, we feel like we can leverage that. I think the key aspect of this is going to be matching funds. And so we'll have to work with each local jurisdiction to better understand what matching funds might be available with these types of projects. And so there's actually 3 major programs in the what we call the infrastructure bill, BIL. It's more commonly known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. or some of you might know is the Invest in Infrastructure Jobs Act. But there's 3 particular programs that we're interested in. 2 of the programs are actually being delivered by formula to the state, to Caltrans. And so we are participating in a number of working groups to better shape and form what that's going to look like to implementation. There's one competitive program that actually Congressman DeSaulnier, locally here in our district, had a huge part in crafting as part of the infrastructure bill. So we're working with Congressman DeSaulnier's office, as well as USDOT and the Department of Energy, to start positioning ourselves well for future funding for electrification here in Contra Costa County. The second aspect in terms of the CTP, we are in the beginning phases. I didn't touch on the details in terms of the process, but each subregion, Contra Costa County is basically split up into 4 subregions. And in Lafayette is what we call the La Miranda region, as well as part of the Southwest Area Transportation or SWAT region, for those of you who don't know. And those regions are responsible for developing action plans. And so we are currently working closely with all of the local jurisdictions, as well as these regional transportation planning committees, to develop the routes of regional significance, to develop the actions or mitigations. We're calling them regional transportation objectives. So we're developing those right now. And then we just literally had our first stakeholder kickoff meeting last week, and we're just now starting to kick off the actual CTP process. So to answer your direct question, we are early in the process, and we really want to work with the local jurisdictions, work with the cities. One particular thing that we are focused on is community outreach and public outreach. We really want to get into your community. You know your community the best. So if there's any opportunities to come to your community to talk about what we're doing, we would love to hear about it. One example that I have, because I've been to it, is your Lafayette Art and Wine Festival. That's an opportunity for CCTA to set up a trade booth and be at that event and be there available to your constituency, and be able to interact with CCTA to get input. And so those are the types of events that we want to be at, so we can talk about what we're doing and really reimagine the future of transportation with the public right firsthand. So those are opportunities. And if you have concert in the parks or anything like that, those are the types of events that we would love to be at. So we're early in the process, and we're looking forward to working with you on a successful plan.
Thanks. I just want to ask Mayor Geringer, are you a representative to the SWAT that? Okay, and Councilmember Cantel as well. Okay, I just was thinking the route of regional significance, if we can put into consideration our Moraga Road or St. Mary's, because it gets a lot of traffic from both the east, Oakland coming over the hill all the way, Orinda through town. So I don't know what the parameters are for that, but definitely would love to have that considered.
So thank you. At our last meeting of the one of the acronyms, the La Miranda, the LPMC, we did have the presentation and the discussion, and Moraga Road, Moraga Way were being considered for additions to that, not just intra-jurisdictional, but routes of regional significance. And we made a case for having it come on to Mount Diablo Boulevard, so your access to the freeway. So definitely advocating for those in the plan.
Thanks, you guys are on it. Appreciate it.
So thank you. Any other questions for Tim? Vice Mayor Anduri?
Well, thank you for the presentation. And Mayor Geringer and Councilmember Kendall, if you're already working on this, forgive me, but listening to the presentation, it seems that there are a number of things that we're doing that would benefit from direct access of, for example, our environmental task force with CCTA staff, particularly talking about what we have in mind with electrification, which is going to be the next report, and also direct input with, for example, our Senior Services Commission, because senior transportation is very important in Lafayette. And I'm wondering, I certainly understand how useful it would be, for example, for you two or staff members to be present at the Art and Wine Festival. But I can also see it might be very useful to schedule a meeting that would have representatives of Lafayette commissions like the Environmental Task Force, the Civil Service Commission, TransCert, with CCTA staff to talk about specific things that we could access. Because I wrote down so many programs that you have. It's overwhelming. And, so I'm thinking, okay, so what specifically do we do in order to, for example, if we were to pass an EV charging ordinance that required, in effect, 100% of multifamily units to be at least EV capable or EV ready, what kind of funding could we get that might make that more palatable then for developers, so that anyone in a multifamily development would have access to EV charging? That's just one specific example. And there's another very stark example for us is senior transportation and the need to get seniors to medical appointments and the like. I mean, is that a possibility to have that kind of really tangible meeting where we're talking about, okay, here's the needs of our community? And then it goes beyond that, because we hope to be a model for what a city can do to increase modes of transportation within the city itself. So it would be great if we could talk at a granular level about what we could do together.
Tim, you want to take that?
So the question is, can
So I know that staff, I'll just say quickly that staff has that access, to CCTA, where Tim was talking about. CCTA has reached out because if we can bundle projects across the region through CCTA, we can be more competitive. I think those were all great ideas. I know that Mary Bruns does serve on the accessible transportation, or tends all of the accessible transportation on behalf of the senior services. So having that two-way communication. But Tim, what are some other opportunities? I think those were all great ideas.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great question, Vice Mayor Anduri. And I think, we're already well coordinated and closely coordinating with your staff. Narut, Mike Moran, all these folks that are at your staff level. And so, however, I'm depending on direction of staff, from staff, happy to come to an environmental task force meeting and talk about, if we want to get more into the granulars of different opportunities, but we are coordinating. I mean, one aspect of that was this coordinated approach to federal infrastructure. We worked with Lafayette. We've got a response from staff, and that was really helpful. Also, we've been working with your staff on Vision Zero, and I think we're also have been working with your staff on this countywide connected signal system type project as well. So I know on all of those different levels, your staff has been amazing, working well with us at CCTA and really getting into some of the specifics, about your school street project and some of these other projects that are an important priority for all of you at the city. So happy to come to another meeting if you like, but we are very closely coordinated with your staff as well as with Mayor Geringer and Councilmember Kendall, because they're representing you on these more regional boards as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councilmember Kendall?
Yeah, very quick. One thing that hasn't touched on is our street smarts. And I think that we did have an education, at least one, right? It'd be great to really, embrace that and try to get it rolled out to all of our schools. And I hope that we can pursue that either, probably in the fall, and just get a real big rollout. So thank you.
May I comment on that?
Of course, please.
Yeah. So Councilmember Kendall, that's a really, really good point. And just to be really transparent here, our Measure J funding is pretty constricted in terms of where we can spend it. And so right now, in terms of the Street Smarts program, each sub-region is actually spending their dollars for that in different ways. And so Right now, the Street Smarts program, CCTA is doing that for Central and East County. And so we do see the need of this more coordinated, kind of more integrated approach for, Street Smarts programs throughout the entire county. And so what we did is there's a tranche of federal discretionary funding coming down the pipeline through what's called One Bay Area grant funding. And so we are focused on what's called OBAG 3, One Bay Area Grant 3. And as part of those guidelines, we actually are putting together a programmatic level for safe routes to schools for these types of programs so we can have them across the entire county. And so that's coming down the pipeline. And we are working with local jurisdictions in the county on that. And so we will, now the timing in terms of that is we will be sending out a call for project. This is probably more for staff, but we'll be sending a call for projects, and your staff is already aware of this and knows this, but we're going to be sending out a call for projects in May, and cities will be able to respond by during the summertime. And then we'll be doing a short list of projects that the CCTA board will approve in the fall. And then MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, is the ones who program all these dollars. They will program all these dollars in spring of next year. So those dollars start becoming available for those types of programs, unfortunately not till fall of 2023 because of all the processing that we have to do in terms of programming. So, but it's definitely on our agenda to get more funding for this more coordinated Street Smarts program.
Great, thank you.
And then I will just add that Katie Foreman with Rapport, who worked with CCTA and Kristen Rigsby, has been working, continuing to try and figure all of this out from the school district side with the superintendent. So while this sort of more county-wide solution is also being looked at, the schools are looking at how to integrate this across the district. So any other questions or comments? I had funding at the top, but we all had funding at the top of our list, so I won't go through that again. I will just say thank you for the partnership, and we'll say that I know that Executive Director Hale is, always available, making himself available to talk about what solutions and what we can what CCTA can provide to our communities. So thank you very much for coming, Tim. Councilmember Kendall.
I'm sorry. So Measure J is going out in 2024. What are their thoughts of going out for another one?
So Measure J actually sunsets in 2034.
Oh, 34. That's right. I'm sorry. Okay, that's right. But are you guys thinking about another one?
So the board ultimately decides when we go out for another measure. And so I think in terms of the timing of that, it could be, 2024, 2026, 2028, but there's a lot of factors involved. And so staff and board have not decided on when we'd be going out for another measure.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know that at the county, they don't do public comment on presentations, but I see Mala raising her hand. I will open it for public comment because that is our practice. So Suzanne, will you invite people, any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? It's not, again, a dialogue.
Certainly. If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And thank you again, Tim. We're always happy to have you come and enlighten us about all the exciting things at CCTA.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. And as Mayor Geringer said, happy to come back anytime. Whether it's this arena or at one of your events or community events, just feel free to reach out anytime. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And now we will move on to our next presentation, which will be the update from the Environmental Task Force. And I see them coming in. Thank you very much, Joanne and Suzanne, for excuse me, for bringing people over. And I see I think another member of the Environmental Task Force with his hand up.
No, I see our chair, Nancy Hu, and our vice chair, Brenna
Okay,
Day, and Greg is here for emotional support. He is also a member of the ETF. And if just to introduce myself, my name is Josh Mueller. I am the
Josh,
Oh.
just to let you know, there are two more members who are waiting to come in, Maria and Ashley.
Okay, we've got a full house tonight.
it's
Maria
exciting.
is also a member, and Ashley will be our newest member as of May, what is it? Friday, May 13th.
Great.
And the people coming in as panelists know who I am, but for the members of the public who don't, my name is Josh Mueller. I'm a planning technician with the planning department, and I'm the current staff liaison for the environmental task force. And we do have a pretty busy agenda, I've heard, so we will endeavor to keep this brief.
Okay.
Let me quickly share my screen, and then I'll let our members jump right in. So everyone can see the rolling hills that we're famous for and the title slide. Perfect. So Nancy or Brenna, I believe, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Pull up my notes here. So good evening, City Council and City staff. Thanks for the opportunity tonight that the ETF can present you with our annual update. As mentioned, I am Nancy Hu, current chair of the ETF, joined tonight by our vice chair, Brenna. She and I will be presenting most of tonight. And we have a couple of our other members. So Greg Moronic was actually, has been our chair before, and he's been on our, I think he's the longest standing member on our ETF as of now. So tonight we plan to go over our accomplishments from last year, the progress of our current projects, our asks to you, and then cover some future goals. So I guess just to give a little bit of context too, for those who might not be familiar with the ETF. So I've been on the ETF since 2017, and since then our ETF has gone through several staff turnover with our city planning technicians, and so we're very fortunate now to have Joshua on. Just as we were getting some momentum on a Foodware Ordinance at the end of 2019, COVID, as you know, shut us all down. So we didn't actually meet for all of 2020. And we just started meeting again in the beginning of 2021 in January. And due to the more recent IPCC reports about the urgency of our climate crisis and the fact that this is the defining decade of our climate, we decided when we came back to hit the ground running. So Joshua, go ahead and hit the next slide. So at our presentation last year to you, our chair, Steve Caligeras, presented 3 projects that we wanted to pursue. And we created subcommittees for leaf blowers and electrification to add to our already existing subcommittee for single-use foodware. And per the direction of Vice Mayor Anduri, we started drafting an EV ordinance reach code specifically for multifamily housing. And this meant splitting our electrification subcommittee into 2 so that one could focus on EV reach codes and the other one could focus on a building electrification reach code. I'll cover more in details what our committees have been up to, but some other things that we discussed last year included improving recycling downtown, and we were fortunate to have grant funding from the state to pay for the big belly trash and recycling containers. Recycle Smart was also able to provide us the stats for the residential diversion rate, which is, for those who don't know, diversion, it's waste that you're trying to divert from landfill, so either through recycling or composting. And so our residential diversion rate was, oddly enough, 68%, which was the same as it was when we presented to you last year. And with California's goal for waste diversion to be set at 75% by 2020, that was what Lafayette's goal was as well. Obviously, with COVID, there was a significant rise in waste due to the use of PPE and increased takeout. So it's actually somewhat pleasantly surprising that the residential diversion rate did not plummet. It stayed at 68%. However, Recycle Smart has told us that our numbers for the last about 15 years have basically oscillated in the 60s and rarely goes higher or lower than a few percentage points. So that would be great if we could explore other ways to not just improve our recycling, but actually find ways to reduce waste. The makeup of our ETF has changed quite a bit over the last year with several vacancies and new members joining. At one point, our council member Wei Tai Kwok was actually on the ETF not long before he left us to join you on the city council. I know he's not here tonight, but thank you to Joshua for setting up and coordinating all those interviews so that we are now back to a full ETF commission of 9 members. And last year, we had the pleasure and privilege to give green awards to Project Earth, as well as the Renton siblings who are advocating in various ways to green our city. Members of Project Earth presented to us at an ETF meeting the idea of a no idling ordinance. And they continue to advocate for more bike paths around our schools, particularly around Burton Valley. And the Renton family continues to advocate for restricting gas leaf blowers, which is something we have been working on. These young activists are pushing us as a city to change, and we as an ETF recognize their eagerness and encourage it. So when we go and break down in more detail the various projects our subcommittees have been busy with, these are some action items. We'll go to the next slide. That we would love to see happen within the next year before our next annual update. So in regards to EV charging, the ETF voted and agreed in favor of universal access, where everyone gets access to a basic level of charging speed, as opposed to a scenario where some get high-speed charging, but others get none. So where the Cal Green standard currently stands, that at a whopping 60% of EV parking in multifamily housing has no charging capability at all, our proposed EV charging ordinance or REACH code aims to reach beyond Cal Green's standards and have that 60% be at least the level 1 EV charging capability, which is or readiness. It's better than nothing at all, and it's the same as basically your 120 volt home outlet. Granted, it's slower to charge an EV, but it's better than nothing at all. So this still needs to go be presented to our planning commission, and later, if approved, then they will begin the zoning text amendment process and recommend it to you at the city council to adopt. Given how many multifamily housing projects there are happening in Lafayette to meet our housing demand and the scarcity of public EV chargers, it would be great to have more EV chargers built into these new construction projects, especially in light of Governor Newsom's executive order banning the sale of internal combustion cars by 2035. So the next thing is our building electrification ordinance, which Brenna is actually the chair of our subcommittee, so I'll let her speak a little bit more to that.
Okay, thank you. So we're working on a building electrification ordinance, and we've done a lot of research on different cities. There have been 54 REACH code ordinances in California so far. And so what we've looked at is just some good examples, and what we are thinking might work best for our city is to require that all new building construction be electric only with no new gas hookups, and to require electric retrofits for certain remodels when you're going to need additional heating equipment. So for example, if you were going to put in an ADU in your backyard, then instead of adding additional gas lines, just put in all electric. We want to ensure that all of our citizens and local business owners have support, because this is considered a transition. And what we mean by support is that they have access to education, expertise, and hopefully rebates. There are currently rebates, and we hope that they continue. And we want to require that this is reviewed in the future so that as things change, we can keep up with it. And then lastly, we want to require that fuel gas lines are capped or decommissioned in existing buildings by 2045. So towards this, we have been doing a lot of education and outreach. We've reached out to many, many different community groups. On April 22nd, Earth Day, we hosted a public webinar that is currently posted online and can be watched at lovelafayette.org/ebuildings. We created an additional online page with resources for building electrification that have additional links for rebate information, expertise, and a link to our webinar. We hosted a table at the Lafayette Earth Day Festival on April 30th, and since then we have continued to collect feedback through our online survey. Right now, I think we have 104 respondents and 53 are in support of building electrification. But if we look at just the people who have watched the webinar, that jumps to 74% of our community that is in support of building electrification. And Nancy, back to you.
All right, thanks, Brenna, for the update. So thirdly, we're planning to address gas leak blowers, and the ways that we're looking at it are twofold, so two manners. The first that we're looking at is a city resolution stating that we want the city of Lafayette to set an example by committing our own city workers to phase out gas leaf blowers and transition to either manual means or electric leaf blowers. And so the hope is that after the city signs on to this commitment, that the ETF will propose a citywide ordinance that would ban the use of gas leaf blowers with residents. And so there has definitely been a lot of community input on the desire to ban gas leaf blowers citywide, especially due to their noise and concerns about air quality. However, due to the reservations by our city workers and the somewhat lack of support from Public Works and Parks and Rec, getting this city resolution to you has been a bit of an obstacle for us. And such that we're actually wondering if we should move forward with proposing a citywide ordinance to the city to review prior to making the city resolution and committing our own city to make this transition first. So Joshua right now is helping to coordinate a meeting between our city workers as well as those from other cities like Piedmont, which has already transitioned away from gas, and they might be able to provide more encouragement or insight into their transition. And the truth is that gas and electric leaf blowers each have their own challenges and benefits. But from a health standpoint, gas is extremely harmful to the workers who wear and use the leaf blowers, both to their respiratory systems and their hearing. Electric leaf blowers may not have the same force per square inch as gas leaf blowers, and they may need battery charging throughout the day, which logistically can be difficult to manage, but in the end, they just need to be used differently. The standard and expectations of what a maintained yard and space fundamentally just needs to change from being absolute pristine to leaving some leaves, which is actually good for our soil. Greg, I don't know if you wanted to chime in on any of this. Greg was is the current chair of our leaf blowers subcommittee. And I didn't know if you wanted to add anything else.
No, that's okay, Nancy. I think you covered everything.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and then I did mention earlier that in 2019, we drafted language for a foodware ordinance to help reduce our waste, particularly around disposable foodware. And after we voted and approved as an ETF, the language that we had, we were just about to get in contact with stakeholders, but our progress was halted by COVID. And as businesses are still recovering from the hardship of the pandemic, we're still finding a way to bring this back to the table for discussion and support our local businesses. So fortunately tomorrow from 2:30 to 3:30, the Lafayette Chamber, in collaboration with Recycle Smart and Contra Costa Health Services, is hosting a webinar on the safety of using reusable foodware in the restaurant dine-in and takeout setting. It's aimed at restaurant operators, but it's open to the public. Anyone can register for the event at LafayetteChamber.org/takeout. So we hope that with this as the start of several webinars that we can support restaurants and promote green business practices. And I'll briefly go through what our Foodware Ordinance states. And so I just want to kind of give a short outline for it. And so the different parts of our Foodware Ordinance that we had been planning consists of two parts. And so the first phase is what we were planning on doing, was going after the low-hanging fruit. And so the first phase we're hoping is that disposable straws and stirrers must be compostable fiber-based, as opposed to like compostable plastic, which looks like a clear material. So compostable fiber-based and only upon request by the customer. We also wanted to have produce and meat bags in grocery stores be compostable, just like at Trader Joe's, and no longer be plastic. And with the transition of all these compostable things, we wanted to have food businesses provide 3 bins for customers to be able to dispose compostable items into a compost bin, as well as recycle to go into recycle and landfill into landfill when they dispose their waste. And so we figured that's kind of the low-hanging fruit. And so the second phase that we were planning would be 6 months after the start of the implementation. And that would require that any single-use disposable foodware, including containers, trays, cups, cutlery, all of it has to be compostable fiber-based. Any single-use cutlery and food accessories must be upon request by the customer, so not automatically given out. And if you're dining in, we would ask establishments to provide a reusable cutlery option, meaning silverware. And lastly, but not leastly, we wanted to require businesses charge a 25-cent fee for disposable cups. And that's to encourage customers to bring their own cup if they wanted to go, or if they're going to like a Starbucks or going to any kind of coffee shop, that they would just enjoy their coffee in a reusable mug at the coffee shop. So that's kind of the outline of our ordinance. And the whole point of the ordinance is not to have businesses charge more or anything for fancy compostable items that just have, that customers end up just throwing away. Kind of hidden between the lines of our ordinance is the fact that we want to encourage reusable foodware, whether it's customers bringing in their own containers or cups, restaurants providing reusable foodware like silverware, or possibly maybe down the road, even restaurants providing reusable takeout foodware with a returnable deposit. So reusables not only help the environment by reducing waste, but also help businesses save money and improve customer dining experiences. So as reusable is preferred, our ordinance says that compostable would be compliant. If you have something to use that's disposable, we want to make it compostable and something that our current composting systems can properly break down. Unfortunately, compostable plastics just can't break down in our composting facilities. So I think the latest on our ordinance status is that Joshua is bringing it to city attorney, for drafting. We have yet to have all of our community outreach and stakeholder feedback. We know that restaurants are getting hit hard from COVID, but we still recognize that the plastic pollution is a crisis. And so we're hoping that with some solutions that we work together, we can help them save money as well as help the environment. And hopefully before next year, we can have this presented to you for review at the city council level. And lastly, on our slide, we've got green awards, which we do every year. Typically, we give those around Earth Day. But because of COVID, we're completely off schedule. So we'll likely plan to give those awards later in the fall. We always welcome nominations for residents and businesses that are setting examples or pushing for sustainability in our community. And so with that, I guess I'll move that, I'll let Brenna take it from here.
Okay, can we go to the next slide?
Yep.
So as we look to our future, we are hoping to make hands-on education for electrification available to the public. At the Earth Day event in Lafayette, we had an induction cooktop and an electric leaf blower available for the public to try, and they were by far our most popular display items. So we're requesting $10,000 to purchase items such as these to be donated to the Contra Costa Library. They have a special program called the Library of Things that allows borrowers to try many non-book items. And we think this would be a great opportunity for our community to get some hands-on education and experience with electrification. Secondly, we want to take a look at projects that address water conservation, such as gray water systems. Third, we hope to update the city's environmental action plan and conduct another greenhouse gas emissions inventory. The environmental action plan was last updated in 2017. Skipping to number 5, we'll continue to monitor the drafting of the general and specific plans to promote sustainability. The ETF has sent in letters of support for the recommendation of new building electrification that was included in the environmental impact report. And 6, we hope to draft and to adopt a charter for the environmental task force that includes a mission statement, goals, focus areas, etc. We wanted to respond and to incorporate the city's newest vision and mission statement. And that's our report for tonight. And we're happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you. And thank you for taking down the presentation, but thank you very much for that great report, and always exciting to hear from our commissions. And I know that through COVID, it was frustrating to not get things going. And I see lots of activity here and lots of intention and things coming forward in the next several months, it looks like. So are there any questions from any council members or comments? Okay, I'm seeing shaking of head. Councilmember Dawson, and then I do have a question.
I just had a quick comment. Thank you to the ETF for so much work, with that year off and then all of a sudden, kind of going into overdrive the past year. There's a lot of good things coming and a lot of great work to look forward to. I'm proud of what you're thinking of accomplishing and what you're in the midst of. So thanks so much.
Great. Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, let me just say this was a great report, and it's exciting to hear about the things you've done and the things that I'll refer to as your legislative agenda next year, and then the things that are coming up. So with respect to the legislative agenda, I think one thing, we will be doing our budgeting. We need to adopt a budget by June. If there is a need for city attorney time during the next year that we might not have budgeted for, that's something that leadership of the ETF and Joshua might want to discuss with the city administrative officer, and so that we make sure we have the resources, or at least consider the resources to move these items along, because I think all 4 of these items are important, and it would be great if we could move forward significantly by the end of this year. So thank you again for all the work on these things.
Great report. Councilmember Kendall.
I just want to echo Vice Mayor Anduri's comments that please, I very much support all of these measures and wish you the best and try to get these through this year. That'd be great.
And so I want to say thank you. Also support all of these measures, and do want to continue to make a plug for the Project Earth and their idling. I know they've come and spoken with you, and I know that you worked through where it is in the overall scheme of things. But I first met with them in 2018. And then Councilmember Bliss was there as well and heard their presentation. And I just heard their presentation again at their viewing of a movie at the Town Hall Theater. And they are working on their other strategies to continue encouraging the city to look at this. So I just want to thank you all for having it somewhere in the list so that as they go forward. So are there any members of the public who would like to speak to or comment on the presentation from the Environmental Task Force?
Any members of the public would like to comment on this presentation, please use the raise hand feature now. Robert will be the first speaker. If anyone else would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature now.
There we go. Welcome, Mr. Lavoie. Good
Thank
evening.
you. Good evening, everyone. I would just like to reiterate my prior comments to the Environmental Task Force and to the City Council that it's disturbing to see the constant trying to limit people's options. And my encouragement for the task force would be to have a motto that's do no harm. And I realize you're trying to solve the planet crisis, which I personally think is not really an issue. And I'd like to refer you to the book Unsettled by Stephen Koonin, who was Undersecretary of Science for President Obama. But my main point is that mandating electrification, eliminating leaf blowers, which the city staff is not even supporting. I think it's telling that people who use the equipment don't want to get rid of it. And so I think we need to listen to the people that actually use it, not just people that complain about noise and greenhouse gases. Again, on building, limiting options for buildings. A building is something that people live in for 50 years. And having one choice for energy use is really something that it's none of your business. And it's something that belongs to the person who owns the building. So I would encourage you to stay out of that. Unless you want to run an initiative to the voters and we pass it by a large supermajority of the residents, then fine, people can vote for that. I think I'll just leave it at that. I would also, as a restaurant owner, I would encourage you not to impose things on restaurants that they don't agree to and that they can't afford to mandate. I think, there's some new products that are very interesting that are available now. And if they can get those and it's affordable, I'm all for it. And I think using your, green awards and things like that to encourage people to do new and innovative things is a great idea. But mandating things that are oppressive and raise the prices on all of us are not helpful, and it just makes it more difficult for people to live in California. So thanks for your time.
Hey, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you for your comments, Mr. Lavoie.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much. So we will bring it back. And again, thank you all very much and welcome. I do see that the two newest members are in the green room, we'll call it, Colleen McCormick and Ashley Louisiana. And so welcome, and we look forward to seeing you and the work that will happen in the next year. So thank you. And while we were moving people, we will move on to our second public comment for the evening. Yes. And let's see, here we are. And so before we go to the consent calendar, this is an opportunity due to, for those who have just arrived, we started our meeting at 6 o'clock and had the public comment for items that weren't on the agenda, but we understand that there were some misunderstanding about what time we were starting. So we are providing an opportunity now for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment to the council for items that are not on the agenda. This is an opportunity to do that. And as we are, well, I'll wait for Suzanne to invite people.
Thank you, Mayor. The first person to speak at this time is Jeremy Levine.
Okay.
If anyone else would like to speak and make a public comment at this time, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Thank you.
And we will remind, as Jeremy's coming over, Mr. Levine is coming over, that this is an opportunity to speak to us. Since it's not agendized, we're not engaging in a dialogue, and we'll ask potentially clarifying questions, but welcome.
Hi, man, I just want to say, Maria and Nancy Brenna, that was an amazing presentation. I don't know if they're still on the line, but that was fun to watch, for me at least. Yeah, we'll probably come on later tonight when we hit agenda item 9A, talking about the housing element, but I want to think big picture about meetings themselves. Like, this is at least the 20th meeting that I have been to related to the housing element. 12 GPAC meetings, I think that's an undercount, 3 GPAC workshops, 2 planning commission meetings, and I think this is my 3rd council meeting. It might be my 4th. That's a lot of meetings. And at a certain point, it becomes hard for anybody who doesn't have a lot of free time like I used to. I haven't been to a lot of meetings recently because I don't anymore, or who doesn't have like a really big special interest to be involved all the time. And so the voices you're hearing now in the public comments, the voices you'll hear when you hear from me later tonight, you're hearing from a very small cross-section of the group of people who've spoken that is really not representative of anyone, because we had the GPAC process that represented what people thought. And I have my issues with the GPAC's draft housing element, but like it or love it, like they had a pretty big process for people to contribute. And I think that it's important when you're weighing public comment to remember that every new letter you receive is like a drop in the bucket over all the letters. And going forward, as we wrap up this housing element discussion for now and send the final draft to HCD, it might be helpful if you want to get people engaged in this last moment in your final meetings to set aside a meeting where you just talk about the housing element. I mean, look, you're just doing the consent calendar and you're an hour and 15 minutes into a meeting. And that's just, they're not going to have as much time to discuss the housing element. And it requires a lot more stamina for somebody to like sit around and be engaged if they want to actually contribute to the discussion at this point. And given the decisions that you're about to make are like the final decisions before we send a draft to HCD, it might be good to try and make it really easy for people to actually engage right now, instead of just a very small group. So consider maybe a separate meeting for this.
Okay. Thank you for, you have 24 more seconds, but
I'm done. That was
okay.
Perfect timing.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, I don't see any, but thank you. And thank you for attending all of these meetings.
Thank you for.
The next speaker is Elliot Hudson.
Welcome, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Mayor Geringer and members of the City Council. I mentioned this briefly in a letter I submitted, but I'd like to raise it again so that the council gives it some actual consideration. I realize the sensitive political nature of the subject, but I would like the council to actually consider requesting that our state assemblyman or senator introduce legislation that exempts the BART lot from the AB 2923 requirements for development. There are, in fact, compelling reasons to support that argument. There's no other lot in the BART system that has the characteristics of the Lafayette BART lot. Number one, it does exist within a state scenic highway. Number two, there's no other community along the BART system where their lot has the prominence for the city and visual impact that our BART lot does. If you think about it, every other lot is in a community that is already urbanized or supports development on the lot because it's consistent with the development they already have around it. And importantly, they're also set down at levels that do not stand out from an elevation perspective over the city the way our lot does. It really dominates the valley. And if you put a 5-story building on any part of that lot, and especially the upper parts, it dramatically changes the nature of the community and the town. So there are good reasons, there are legitimate reasons, and I'd like the council to give that some thought. And there's the plan year for HCD and the housing element is 8 years. BART has no plans to develop our lot in that 8-year period. And so at some point, it may become feasible for the legislature to actually consider the merits of the argument and do it. So, okay, thank you very much. I'll talk to you later in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? I don't see any hands raised. So thank you, Mr. Hudson, and we will see you again in a little bit.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, well, we will close the public comment for items not on the agenda, and we will move on to, excuse me, the consent calendar. So are there any comments or questions about the consent calendar from council members? Vice Mayor Andori, you're on mute, which I don't say to you very often. I'm sorry.
I'd like to pull item F.
Okay. And do you want to pull that to be heard at the later time on the consent agenda, or do you want to?
I just want to say something at that time. Yes, later, and when we hear.
Okay. Items removed. Okay. So are there any other items? Okay. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to an item on the agenda or have the item pulled to speak to it at a later time?
If you'd like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, I don't see any either. Vice Mayor Andori.
I'll move adoption of all items on the consent calendar except for item F.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. We had 2 hands go up quickly. Councilmember Candela has the second. Vice Mayor Andori motion had the motion by a roll call vote. Councilmember Candela.
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Andori.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And I do want to comment that, and I will be brief because we do have a very busy agenda, but I hope that the members of the public, if you haven't already, that you will look at the very important actions that we just took. Not controversial, that's how they end up on the consent, but I would say of great consequence to our community. And I want to thank staff and others who have worked very hard on items that were on the consent calendar. So, and with that, we will move to old business. And no, we don't have anything under old business. We will move to agenda item number 8. And we have a staff report from our city manager, Nirup Srivatsa.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members. What's before you is a request that the city install a plaque at a public location to honor, in honor of Ashley Diaz. Ashley, as we all know, was a crossing guard at Stanley Middle School. He was struck by a vehicle last year in September and died. Many observers saw Ashley push a group of students out of the way before he was struck. And the Diaz family has reached out, and they really want to get involved in the city's efforts to promote traffic safety. They want to be part of that conversation. And I wanted to let you know that Mrs. Diaz is here and wants to speak. But in addition, they asked that the city consider installing this plaque in Ashley's memory, not only describing his efforts, but also sending a message to the community to please slow down. The mayor, the city attorney, and I met with the Diaz family a couple of times, and given that their desire was to have this plaque at a location where people would gather and really take time to read the message, we identified several spots on Plaza Way and also through Golden Gateway until First Street. About a couple of weeks ago, when we met with the family, I think the unanimous choice was this planter, which sits in front of the Wayside Inn. It's the point where the plaza is blocked off for concerts and public events. There's a beautiful tree in the planter which lends shade to a plaque if it is installed there. And the family really appreciated that location. And so I reached out to our sign fabricator, and our staff's recommendation is that the city council authorize the installation of a plaque on Plaza Way in the planter for a cost not to exceed $5,000. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Nirup. Are there any questions or comments? And yeah, thank you, Councilmember Kendall. I thought that you might have frozen there for a moment, but okay, well, with that, we will open it to public comment. And Suzanne, will you invite Mrs. Diaz to come in?
Certainly. And if anyone else would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And welcome. Good evening, welcome.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Gloria Diaz, and I'm the mother of Ashley Diaz, who was the crossing guard that was killed. And September 8, 2021 is forever etched in my heart and mind. I approached the city manager, Nirup Srivatsa, requesting her to ask the city to approve a memorial plaque to honor my son, Ashley Diaz, who courageously sacrificed his life, saving multiple Stanley students from harm. I requested on behalf of my family to install a plaque near the plaza where it would have high visibility. The reason being to commemorate my son's selfless act. A lot of the Lafayette community, their families and friends gather at the park to picnic, listen to music, the Rock the Plaza concert series, the Easter Bunny gatherings, Christmas gatherings, etc., or just enjoy the sunshine. It is a Lafayette gathering place. And my vision for the plaque is that it be a constant and solemn reminder to all drivers to please slow down and drive carefully and keep our children and our communities safe. I thank Nirup, Srivastava, Mayor Teresa Geringer and her council, Attorney Mala Subramanian, and the city engineer, Mike Moran, and all those who participated in this very important task for me, and I request for your approval. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing those words and for working with us at the city to find the right honor memorial for Ashley. Are there any questions for Mrs. Diaz from any council members? I'm not seeing any, and really thank you again, and thank you to your whole family also for wanting to and for participating in many of our discussions about traffic safety, and particularly around the schools, and we will keep you apprised of those opportunities going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And then we will, are there any other members of the public who want to comment on this before we come back to the council?
Mayor, I do not see any hands raised at this time.
And I don't either. So we'll come back to the council. Are there any questions or comments, or may I have a motion? Councilmember Dawson?
I just want to comment that I think it's our responsibility to memorialize Ashley Diaz's heroism, and it would be our honor to do so as well. So I move to definitely place the installation of a plaque.
Thank you. And a second?
I second.
Councilmember Kendall, thank you. If there are no other comments, I will conduct the roll call vote. So we have a motion by Councilmember Dawson and a second by Councilmember Kendall. So Councilmember Kendall.
It's my honor to say aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I am an enthusiastic and aye on taking this action. And I'm certain that Councilmember Kwok would have as well if he wasn't here. So we have passed that, and we have authorized staff to move forward with the purchase design, purchase and placement of a plaque. And so thank you again to the Diaz family. And we will move now to agenda item 9A. It is, well, it's a little early, so we'll go ahead and hear the staff report and presentation on the draft housing element update. And then I think before public comment, we will take our break for 5 minutes, but we'll continue forward now. So welcoming staff in, and I believe Renata will be taking the lead, and others are coming in quickly to join her.
Mayor Geringer, members of the council, members of the public, tonight is the topic before you is the housing element. It is not the first meeting that the council's had on the topic, nor will it be the last. And Mr. Levine is correct. There have been many meetings, and it is an important aspect of our general plan, and thus appropriate to give it due consideration. We are pleased to bring to you tonight the draft housing element, which has been worked on by the General Plan Advisory Committee over the last year. In March, they made their recommendation to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission has had its opportunity to review and is making its recommendation to the City Council. And we will be submitting to the state, and we'll receive comments back almost assuredly, and then have ample opportunity between now and the deadline for submission to make appropriate revisions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Diana Elrod, who's the city's housing consultant. We also have Luke Evans with ESA, the city's environmental consultant, to give an overview of the draft environmental impact report. Not with us tonight is the lead planner on it, Renata Robles, who is ill today. So thank you, Diana.
Great, thank you. Can you put up the presentation for me, please?
Can do.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Let's see if I can do that.
So today we're going to discuss the overview of the housing element and as well as the environmental review. We're going to review the timeline and next steps and go through some of the key findings from the select appendices. Next slide, please. The objectives for the meeting is to understand the housing element update timeline, to hold a public hearing. We're in the middle of a public hearing review period. Provide feedback on housing element components, and the outcomes should be provide feedback to staff and continuing the matter to May 23rd. So we're not going to go into detail about absolutely everything in the housing element tonight, but a big chunk of it in the second chunk of review, if you will be segued on to May 23rd. Next slide. So just as a refresher for people who may be new to this, the housing element is a required part of the general plan. It is the only element that is required to be certified or approved by the state. It's a citywide planning document that's meant to address housing needs from the period 2023 to 2031. It identifies housing needs in Lafayette, establishes goals and policies and programs to address those needs, contains an inventory of sites that would accommodate the regional housing need allocation. And although it's not required specifically for the completion of the housing element, we do have to conduct an environmental review under CEQA. That's the California Environmental Quality Act, because the changes would be different than what we have already on the ground in the zoning world. Next slide, please. Just as a recap, the General Plan Advisory Committee included 11 volunteers that covered geographic districts and local organizations, as well as committees and commissions. They started their update review in December of 2020. They conducted a huge amount of public outreach and research, and they made their recommendations to the Planning Commission in March of this year. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission took up, the review of the housing element along with the recommendations from GPAC. They conducted 7 meetings to review and discuss. They largely adopted the GPAC recommendations with some minor changes, primarily around the sites inventories, which we will discuss at another meeting. The subject of tonight's meeting will not include the inventory. It deserves a big chunk of time to talk about itself. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit of a schedule. May 6th, the public comment period opened. You can still provide comments through June 6th. Now, I just want to make a note that that doesn't mean that if you don't make it within the May 6th to June 6th time frame, that your comments won't be included. They will be included. It's just that the state law now requires a formal public review period that is fully noticed. And that's what we have here on the book. So I just want to reassure people that if comments come after, in some period, anytime after between now and adoption, they will still be considered and accepted. So tonight is your city council meeting to review sections 1 and 2, and we'll go over that in a minute. May 23rd is a city council meeting to review section 3, which is basically the inventory and the remaining components. At that meeting, we would like for the city council to vote to submit a draft to the HCD for initial review. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. June 6th, as I mentioned, is the public comment period closes. That's the official one. Comments after that date will continue to be accepted. Between June 7th and June 20th, we are required by law to review all of the comments that received during the 30-day public review period and consider them. And at June 27th, at the City Council meeting, we hope to have the council authorize staff to submit the initial draft to HCD. So this graphic here shows you the timeline. We are here at sort of at the beginning of May. You're reviewing you're in the light blue, or it depends on what your monitor says. It's either light blue or lavender, periwinkle perhaps, I don't know. Housing element draft, you're reviewing now and through the end of the month, beginning of June, during which time in the month of June, you'll be working to certify the final EIR. We'll be talking about that. At the same time, you'll see that the PC has already reviewed the housing element draft, which has been forwarded to you. They will review the final EIR in the beginning of June. The work towards rezoning the BART parcels is ongoing and will be completed roughly by the beginning of July, slightly thereafter. And then we submit to the housing element to HCD, the state agency, and they have 90 days in which to review. We expect to get responses close to the end of the 90-day review period, during which time we'll be making revisions for both the Planning Commission and the City Council to review. Next slide, please. With this, I'm going to segue to the draft environmental impact report and let Luke Evans of ESA, who is our environmental review consultant, to share his presentation.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's good to see you again. Good evening. Greg, are you driving this presentation? You pressing the buttons? Okay, next slide, please. Picture of me. Next slide. Okay, some of this you all have, we reviewed quite a bit of this before, but for the benefit of the public and folks who might be dialing in for the first time, the purpose of the environmental impact report is it's required under the California Environmental Quality Act. And the principal purpose is to analyze and identify any potential impacts associated with the proposed project. And in this case, the proposed project is the housing element update. When it finds impacts, when the analysis finds impacts, you want to figure out how you can avoid, reduce, or prevent those impacts, lessen them. And more than anything else, it's a decision-making document. It's information for you, the decision makers, to determine whether or not the level of impact that's been identified is okay. You know, does it fit within your requirements and with the community's desire for their jurisdiction or the impacts that they're willing to accept to accomplish a certain goal. And then, of course, we have to be legally defensible. There's loads and loads of 50 years now of case law associated with CEQA and EIRs, and so we have to make sure that we prepare an EIR and certify an EIR that actually does what it's supposed to do legally. Next slide, Greg. Thank you. So we went through the EIR. The EIR was out, circulated for about 2 months, and it contained all of this. Is a basic table of contents of what the EIR was. The draft EIR, I should clarify, is the draft EIR. Project description, of course, we described what the housing element is and what it's hoping to accomplish. Then we talk about the environmental setting for about 17, 18 different topics, everything from air quality to wildfire, from A to W, basically. Then we discuss the impacts associated with the housing element update as it relates to those issues. And then we talk about mitigation measures to lessen identified impacts. And then we also had a chapter on various alternatives that were considered as part of the EIR's analysis. Finally, we wrap up with cumulative impacts, and that talks about kind of the longer term consequences of implementing the project, the housing element update, within the context of other things that are going on in the city and in the region. Next slide, Greg. Thank you. So we prepared and circulated the draft EIR. That went out for 2 months, public comment period from February 18th to April 18th. We received 23 written comments, and we did receive some verbal testimony or comments during several meetings we had, or 2 scoping meetings we had, or public comment meetings. So the next phase now, we are currently working on responding to those comments, and then we will prepare the final EIR. And the final EIR will essentially contain the responses to the comments that were received, and then it will also contain any text changes, any revisions to the draft EIR that have occurred based on those comments or other inputs we've received. And that is ultimately what would be certified by the City Council. So in the draft EIR, and this is true for all EIRs, there are basically 4 levels of impacts. One is when there would clearly be no impact whatsoever, or no impact. It doesn't happen very often because you can almost say there's always going to be some level of impact for just about any issue. Then less than significant would be the next level, and that is how you determine whether or not something's significant. Is there are defined thresholds and criteria that if you go above that, then you are significant. And if you are significant, if you do have a significant impact, then you are required by law to mitigate to the extent feasible. Sometimes, however, and this is the 4th category, you can mitigate, you can do everything you can, but you're still going to be above those thresholds. And then in that case, you are significant and unavoidable. And so a significant and unavoidable impact is something that's going to be an adverse change that still cannot be lessened sufficiently, even with implementation of all recommended and feasible mitigation. It's possible to approve a project with significant and unavoidable impacts, but it requires the decision-making body to make a determination, I mean, for lack of a better term, to determine if the impacts that are going to be absorbed, if they are worth the cost of the project. In other words, does the project benefits outweigh the impacts? So that would be a decision you all would have to make. The EIR, some of you have seen it, or at least you probably peruse it on the internet. It's about this thick, it's about 500 pages, loads and loads of information. We made scores of findings on various topics and then kind of subtopics within each of those major topics. And so I'm just going to hit on the bad news here, I guess. These are the 5 significant and unavoidable impacts we found. I will say that these were all conservative findings. We erred on the side of just trying to be as transparent and as forthcoming as possible, and saying in many of these situations there could be a significant and unavoidable impact, but in many cases it's not always set in stone that there will be a significant unavoidable impact. So let me just go through these real quick and you'll see what I mean. Aesthetics, we determined that there would be a significant unavoidable impact to visual character and public views, and also to scenic vistas. This is, as I said, a conservative finding. This, of course, aesthetics is very much a subjective term. It's not like air quality or transportation, where you're dealing with kind of a bright line threshold, numeric threshold. Beauty or ugliness is in the eye of the beholder, I guess. And so we determined that some of the changes that would occur with the housing element update, if some parcels were developed at the densities that would be provided for in the HEU, that the change would be substantial. And many folks would probably view that as adverse. Some may not, but some would. Maybe a lot would. So we felt that it was just wise to go ahead and consider it significant and unavoidable. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Doesn't mean these parcels are all going to develop that way. But if it did happen, it could be considered that. The next one, so those are the first 2. The next one would be the air quality. And this is related to air quality criteria pollutant emissions during construction only. And this, once again, a pretty conservative finding, and we kind of looked at if a parcel, for instance, was built at the highest density, so a fairly large project, and then if it was developed with a compressed construction schedule, so in other words, you're compressing all the emissions into a shorter period of time, therefore you're going to have pollutant concentrations that could go above criteria levels. So doesn't mean that's going to happen, but it could. So that's why we made that finding. Similar is the next one, which is cultural resources. This is specific to what we call the built environment. In other words, buildings, historic buildings. While there are no plans currently, no development plans have been put out that intend to do this, we felt like it was reasonable to make the assumption that it's possible that at some point during the life of the housing element update, that there could be a project that's advanced that would have an impact on an historic structure. We don't know what that structure is. Not every building in the city has been inventoried and evaluated. We know what your historic buildings are in town. I mean, those are pretty well understood. The big ones that everybody probably thinks about, but there's a lot of structures that could be significant and eligible for the National Register, the California Register. And we wouldn't know that until a project actually comes along and the evaluation is done and it's determined that something is eligible, in which case the loss of that structure would be significant and unavoidable. There are lots of things you can do about a historic structure. You can record, before you demolish it, you could record it, take as much information as you can so that information isn't lost. You could relocate a structure. There's different things you could do, but ultimately, if a building's lost, a building is lost, and that's significant. So, as I said, there are no plans for that, but it's a possibility. So we made a conservative finding along those regards. The last one is transportation. This has to do with vehicle miles traveled, which at this point you all are familiar with. This is the new transportation metric in California. We found that home-based vehicle miles traveled could exceed the countywide threshold. Now, let me just real quickly tell you what home-based is. All the trips we make every day during the course of our day, obviously you get in your car and you drive. Maybe people don't drive to work too much these days, but in the old days we did. You get in your car and you drive to work and then you drive home. That is a home-based trip. At either end of that trip is home. But let's say you get in your car in the morning, drive to work, and then during your lunch hour, you get in your car and drive, run some errands, maybe go out to lunch, etc. Those trips don't have a home-based leg on either end, so therefore they do not count as a home-based vehicle miles, as a home-based trip. So the reason the home base is important, obviously, is because there's a direct relation between how far people live from their places of work, their schools, their whatever it is they're doing each day, their commercial places they're going to shop. People who live far away or don't have the ability to walk or take public transit or anything else like that are obviously going to have more vehicle miles traveled in that situation. The housing element update, since much of the development would be concentrated in and around kind of the downtown area under either scenario, those typically have lower VMT outputs because that's where a lot of the commercial areas are in town. People don't have to drive as far. It's where a lot of the employment is. People don't have to drive so far to work. So, but ultimately we made, again, the conservative determination that it's possible that some developments that could be developed as part of the housing element update or as a result of the housing element update could result in home-based vehicle miles traveled that could be slightly higher than the countywide threshold. So those are the findings. I think that's the last slide for me. I don't know if we're going to take questions now. I think the mayor said that we'd probably have a break, so I'll turn it over, but I'm available for whatever you all need.
And is to staff, is that the end of the?
No.
No,
we have
thank you.
More to the presentation. I'm happy to continue on and then take a break if that works.
Yeah, that's what I think that.
It's
that
not,
we had-
it's not a huge amount of slides, but
No, I think if we can get through the presentation and then do some of the questions, the initial questions, and then just before we do public comment, we'll go.
great. So I'm going to pick up the rest, which is, so you have before you, and it's been online also, the housing element. It is somewhat of a summary. It's approximately 50 pages, and it includes the main findings from each appendix, as well as more information about the inventory and so forth, which of course we'll talk about next meeting. The appendices include a full analysis for each of the required components, including housing needs, constraints, the Fair Housing Action Plan and the needs assessment, the implementation plan, which is goals, policies, and programs, a detailed explanation of public engagement, opportunity sites, which is the inventory, and the methodology, as well as a review of the prior element. Thank you, Greg, for the next slide. It also includes the quantified objectives. You know, we are tasked with a couple of things, well, not a couple, but many things, one of which is to have an inventory to demonstrate that we can accommodate all of the need. The quantified objectives is really our assessment of what we think actually will happen during the sixth cycle. And it's based on a combination of factors, including city funding, recent production trends. It includes pipeline projects. It includes the ADUs, et cetera. So all those things factor into what we think the quantified objectives are. And in total, we believe right now about 1,400 units will be developed during the 8-year period, of which 448 units will be affordable. And just as sort of just a reminder and sort of a fact check, the cost to develop affordable units is, well, the cost to develop any unit is approximately $700,000 per unit in the entire Bay Area. That's an average. In San Francisco, it's about $1 million per unit. In other areas, it might be slightly less, but basically we're talking about, to create the affordable units, 448 units, it's going to cost about $315 million. This is obviously money the city doesn't have. Next slide, please. So I'm going to briefly go through each of the appendices. I'm not going to go into detail because there's a lot in here. The first appendix is an 80-page document talking about all of the housing needs, and the challenges that we've discovered through this analysis include cost burdens and severe cost burdens for lower income households. 72% of households live in neighborhoods that are too expensive for a lower income household to live in. Many projected jobs in the region are going to earn people very low incomes. Those are like retail jobs. People of color in Lafayette, especially Hispanic Latinx, have disproportionately low incomes and face greater housing concerns. This is also amplified in the affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis. Excuse me. And lastly, people who moved in recently are more likely renters. The older the population has been here in Lafayette, the more likely they are owners. In the most recent years, people are renters. Next slide, please. In addition, I'm just going to share a few opportunities for lower income households. Include this: the city is 100% in the highest or high resource category. That means that everybody has access to quality schools, quality libraries, all sorts of services that really make a population have access to things that really support them. The community has also grown much more diverse in the last 20 years plus or so than it was before. The existing housing stock is generally good, and there are relatively small numbers of households that are overcrowded. We've included in the discussion stories from people who have come to Lafayette early on and have lived here for many years, and other people who struggle. So we have both voices represented in these discussions. Next slide, please. This constraints analysis really, it's twofold. It's non-governmental constraints and governmental constraints. We have to include, in terms of non-governmental constraints, we have detailed information on the cost to develop housing, issues related to community opposition, environmental constraints like wildfire, and developments that are proposed less than zone density. These are constraints in the sense that the city is not, although the city doesn't have direct control over these are things that make housing not happen as much as perhaps one would like. Next slide, please. So the constraints analysis, we're required to, I'm not going to read all these things, but how we go through each one of these analyses, talk about concessions and waivers, land use controls, on and off-site improvement requirements, whether or not the city complies with ADU laws, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. So the findings, the key findings from the constraints are, and this is based on new law. It's not anything that the city has essentially done. The first two, at least, are the city hasn't done anything wrong per se, but there are new laws requiring us to allow farm worker housing, even though it's unlikely that it'll be developed in Lafayette at any time soon. We do have to have a program to add it. Same with low barrier navigation centers. We already have laws on the books that allow emergency shelters in the community. Nobody's building emergency shelters right now anyway, but we also have to allow for low barrier navigation centers. And the other item, which is a little bit more involved and requires us to study more, is based on recent developments as well as potentially increasing density in various locations as part of this housing element, is understanding the extent to which existing development standards like height, setback, et cetera, will be a constraint to development. So we have a program to address that as well. Next slide, please. The Affh Appendix talks about, it's 117 pages. It is an analysis that was conducted by a group that was hired by ABAG to do some work for all of the Contra Costa County jurisdictions, as well as the city engaged root policy, who has done a lot of work in the Bay Area. Excuse me, it includes these statutorily required sections. I'm not going to go into them a whole lot. It includes a lot of data, 117 pages of data. Next slide, please. The key findings here are, while the city does experience over time increasing diversity, Lafayette is much less racially diverse and ethnically diverse compared to the region, specifically the county as a whole. And neighborhoods that may be vulnerable to displacement are also locations where there are affordable units. So there's sort of an understanding or a need to sort of look at those neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Further, income and renter segregation means that lower income households are concentrated largely in the downtown. You probably know that there are a number, aside from like Belterre and a few other developments, you know that there are a lot of apartment buildings that sort of are up against 24 that maybe don't necessarily register a whole lot because they're sort of up against them. There are a lot of lower income households in those developments. And so when we're trying to figure out where to potentially site affordable housing and how we do our inventory, we have to understand the trade-offs between dispersing lower income units throughout the community where there may not be services or transit, et cetera. I mean, to move or to try to create sites outside of the downtown means that we could potentially be looking for housing to be developed that don't have access to transit, that don't have access to services, et cetera. So we have to make this trade-off between dispersing lower income housing throughout the community or close to services and transit. And I have to mention also the vulnerability to high fire hazards. That 46% of the city is in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and to move large number of people into those locations is not only a mistake, but I think that we also have seen there have been a lot of efforts by the state attorney general to go after cities that try to put housing in those locations. Lastly, I mentioned before that neighborhoods that may be vulnerable to displacement are also those locations where there are affordable units. We're talking primarily about downtown. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but basically I wanted to say that there are 3 action areas for the Fair Housing Action Plan, which came about through the work of Root Policy. The first is enhancing housing mobility strategies by removing barriers to housing in areas of high opportunity, which basically the entirety of Lafayette is. You can go into detail. I'm happy to answer questions about that, but I don't want to take up time. Next slide, please. Action area 2 is working to do a number of creating affordable housing and opportunity choices by promoting housing supply and doing a lot of programs. For example, like the first one is piloting a by right approval for low density attached housing that exceeds the BMR affordability requirements. I'm happy to talk about that later. Next slide, please. Area 3 is improving place-based strategies. And this one is really about looking at affordable housing and rehabilitation needs in some of these older, for example, multifamily developments that we don't know very much about. That would require best practices research and putting a program in place. And lastly, we are required to look at displacement. And this is one where we can develop a plan primarily to preserve the city's affordable units that already exist, including not only developments that are 100% affordable, but also BMR units. So collecting information on that. Next slide, please. So the implementation plan is 16 pages long. There are 10 goals that address all of the requirements. So the goals feed into policies that then feed into programs. Next slide, please. I'm happy to answer questions. I know that other staff are here to answer questions. We're happy to receive public comments, provide feedback, etc. And then we ask you to continue to the item to May 23rd. I spoke really fast because I was trying to get through it really fast, and I hope my dentures stayed in place the whole time.
Well, thank you very much. And I think that while this is all still, well, I will check in with my colleagues, but do you want to take a quick break before we ask clarifying questions even? Okay, I see nodding there. So it's 8:07, give or take a few seconds. So how about we come back at 8:13. Set your timer for 5 minutes, and we'll see you then. Welcome back. Okay, so I think everybody is back, and we will, excuse me, thank staff for the presentation, and staff and Luke, and we will move to any questions from council members before we go to the report. Vice Mayor, and before we go to public comment, Vice Mayor Andoury.
Okay, I'm going to take this in stages, and my first stage of questions relates to timing. I just want to confirm that, Diana, that the schedule for submitting the draft to HCD has shifted from what was in the staff report that we received earlier. On page 4 of 6 in the staff report, it shows it being submitted on June 16th. And it's been changed to the 30th, I guess. Is that so the council can sign off on the comments that are made?
I'll defer to Greg on that, yeah.
In part,
You're
yes.
right.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I want to confirm. Let's see. All right, at the bottom, page 2 of 6, it said more detail on both the recommendations with respect to the site inventory and the reasoning behind each will be provided prior to the May 23rd council meeting. How far prior do you anticipate that will be provided?
We would expect to put it out with the standard timing for council packets, which the agenda is published the Wednesday prior to the meeting.
Okay. Then I know this is time for questions, but I'm going to raise a concern right now. That concern is that I don't think it's in any way possible for the council to receive an update on the inventory beyond what we've got now, a few days before the council meeting, and complete consideration of the inventory on the 23rd. My own personal view is that we either need to have a special meeting between now and the 23rd. So we have 2 meetings at which we discuss the inventory, or we have a meeting in June. I guess that would be the June 13th meeting. So I'll just put that out there. Question. Okay, so in the staff report, page 3 of 6, it makes it look like it's not going to come back to the council, but now we are planning coming back to the council. And we're anticipating then there'll probably be the same meeting, the June 27th meeting, that we sign off on the final EIR. Is that also the idea now?
Correct.
Okay, those are my timing questions. I'll raise my other questions after others have had a chance to raise their questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Candell.
Thank you. I have a kind of a process question, and it so when we bring the item back to the next meeting, are we still going to discuss all aspects of the housing element? Or are we going to decide without Councilmember Kwok here and make decisions on these first items and close them and just bring the sites back?
Yeah,
or at the next meeting, can we discuss everything?
You can discuss everything at the next meeting. Our intention was to kind of focus on 2 aspects of the housing element at this first meeting. The third component, to break it up into not bite-sized pieces, but more manageable pieces, and then have hopefully the council's support and direction to submit on June 27th.
Sounds great. So since this is a public hearing and it's continued, my question is about public comment, right? And so tonight, the public comments will be just on those first sections, but we expect to have a full public comment section at the next meeting, even though it is a continued item. Okay, I'm just seeing nods. Good.
That is the city's, the council's practice is to continue the public hearing and to provide the public the opportunity to speak at each meeting where that item is on the agenda.
Sounds great. So then my next questions are, hello, Kat. Sorry about that. She's been very feisty today. My next question is if I can have some concerns about the site's inventory, like Carl was mentioning. Is that okay for me to mention them here?
Well, right now we're asking questions, right?
It is a question. Exactly.
Okay.
It's their questions. Okay. Or an ask, right? Is it possible for those sites inventory for the next meeting that we don't just have the PDFs, that we get them in Excel format? And so as we're going through them, we can modify and change them and see them how they're moving around during the meeting. I know that's a powerful tool that we use during GPAC. And I'm asking if we could do the same for the next meeting.
And just to clarify that we're talking about the worksheet with
The
the
worksheets.
opportunity sites and the yields that would result
Yes.
from. Yes, we can certainly have that in.
Have both PDF and that would be thing. And then another one is the question is the scenarios that were presented as part of this agenda item didn't include the Yorba Linda ADU scenario and how they got their housing element certified with a very different model than what we are doing. Is it possible to ask that we include that as another scenario for the next meeting? Just for us to look at it.
Yeah, I think staff would need more direction on how that plays out. But to be clear, the council's not limited by the scenarios that have been previously discussed. It's ultimately your document, but they're helpful touchstones to work off of. So you can modify any or all of the scenarios. So I think.
And so we should talk about that later tonight in the meeting. It sounds like, if you need more information on that. Okay, cool. And so all my other questions is how are we going to go through these documents? It's a process question for tonight. Are we basically going to go through Appendix A line by line? And then I would ask my questions and concerns for each of those line items as we go through them, not now. And I'm thinking that is what we would want to do. That's my process question, is that, I've got a whole bunch of questions, but it seems like we should address those as we review the documents, assuming we're going to review the documents in that way. We're just going to kind of go through them line by line in our deliberations.
And I'll defer to the mayor. We did not anticipate a line-by-line review of each of the documents that make up the housing element and all of the appendices. However, I think it would be appropriate to take each document and then solicit any questions or comments on each document. But
Mayor Geringer? Hi.
I think my computer.
No, we can hear you.
Sorry, I think my computer has frozen.
No, you're fine. We can see you and hear you.
Can you hear us? Ooh, I think we lost her.
Yeah, now you're frozen.
Yeah. Let's remember Android.
Okay, we'll pause here for a minute. Get the mayor back.
So I went out.
Let's see, am I back? Okay, but I don't hear anyone else. So
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I'm going to turn it over to Council Member Anduri. And I will come back in.
Okay, so we'll wait for the mayor to return. Are there any further questions? One thing I want to suggest, I think there's going to be a mix of questions and process questions. I'm almost thinking that it's better to get the public comment now rather than for us to try to stay strictly with questions and separated from comments. What do Councilmember Kendall, Councilmember Dawson, what do you think about that?
I think so. Let the other two have their process questions or whatever, and then go to public comment. Yeah.
Well, Councilmember Dawson, if you have any questions before we go to, I think
I think we, between what Councilmember Kendall has brought up with process so far and then timing that you've brought up, I think it does make sense to go through public comment first, because I think more may actually come out for us to kind of flesh out.
Okay, so then we'll open this item for public comment. Suzanne?
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Right, maybe we can wait for Mayor Geringer. She is, I think, trying to call in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll just confirm, Vice Mayor Andrea, you were opening the public hearing.
Yes, thank you.
I have one more quick question or a comment. On page C11 of the sites, it talks about San Mateo and not Lafayette.
Yeah, there were some neighborhoods there I didn't recognize as neighborhoods.
Yeah, thank you for noting that. One of the challenges of having a popular housing consultant working for multiple communities. And we all have to be addressing the same issues.
Well, while we're waiting for the mayor, in terms of process, I agree with Councilmember Kendall. I would like to be able to ask questions on Appendix C, the housing inventory tonight, because I think there's some, I'm not going to provide all my comments on it, but there's some things I like to have answered so I can have those answers as I consider the draft.
Sorry about that.
Gavel is back to you, Mayor Geringer.
Well, thank you. And I came in just as you were discussing process, but I think there was probably a discussion about going through each piece of the housing element, but now actually bringing Appendix C into tonight's question.
Yeah, but what we were thinking is that we should go right to public comment, because comments are merging with questions. So
thank you. I think that as whatever happened on my end broke down, I do think that going to public comment, because that is where we are at this point. So thank you all for getting to that. So Suzanne, can you work your magic on bringing in, we'll open the public comment or public hearing section of the meeting, and we'll invite the public to share their thoughts with us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and welcome back.
Thank you.
So the first person to speak on this item is Elliot Hudson, followed by Jim Cervantes, followed by Jeremy Levine. If anyone else would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Mayor Geringer and members of the City Council. First of all, I'd like to clarify that nothing I'm about to say is in defiance of state law. Everything contemplates full and fair compliance. What my comments oppose is the unnecessary destruction of Lafayette. What you have been given, including the Planning Commission recommendation, is a shocking betrayal of this town. First, the housing element needs to be accurate and fair concerning the Lafayette community. It is not. It does not even mention the vision and mission statement. It blatantly falsifies the priorities of the Lafayette community as proven in the GPAC survey, and it selectively presents so-called community stories that completely and totally disregard the true weight of those stories. All of that needs to be corrected. Second, the Planning Commission recommendation for zoning utterly sells out Lafayette. It is a disaster. You don't need me to tell you that. Mr. Evans tells you that. It is certain the Planning Commission recommendation will destroy this town. 2 miles of downtown upzoning to heights this town has never seen. You also know, because Mr. Evans has told you that, can be avoided if upzoning the downtown is avoided. So then that brings us to the question of, is there a reasonable alternative? Absolutely. The city only has to use more favorable yields, buffers, counting of ADUs, and maybe some additional opportunity sites. Colin Elliott and Rob Lavoie have spent enormous amounts of time and explained how to do it. None of those better alternatives are unreasonable or aggressive in the sense that they are strained, overreaching, or unreasonable. The yields and buffers are all within HCD guidelines. The ADUs are similar to what HCD has allowed. Additional opportunity sites are available. All of that offers the realistic potential to avoid all downtown upzoning. The Planning Commission recommendation is 100% contrary to what Lafayette residents want. Why? Because the overriding objective of the consultant and every alternative staff gave to the Planning Commission is to get simple HCD approval. They are not even willing to ask if HCD will allow a plan that does not destroy Lafayette. They are not even willing to ask if HCD will allow a plan that preserves the town vision and mission statement that you have adopted. But HCD does allow that. There is at least one 90-day review period, and the consultant has said that there may even be a second one. The scare tactics employed by the consultant are totally unwarranted. There is time. Lafayette is nowhere near the circumstances of the Southern California cities that have been cited in those horror stories. There is one path, I'm almost done, that is consistent with the vision and mission statement. Use the reasonable arguments that are available. The Planning Commission recommendation does not. Present the reasonable alternatives to HCD, get its feedback, and find out what is allowed and what is negotiable. If you do not do that, you have betrayed every Lafayette resident who loves this town for what your vision and mission statement says Lafayette aspires to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for wrapping it up. I want to be fair to everyone. Are there any questions for the speaker? See shaking of heads. So thank you, Mr. Hudson, and thank you for your written comments as well. We have read all of them.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Cervantes, followed by Jeremy Levine. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Welcome, Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you, Mayor Geringer and members of the City Council. This is Jim Cervantes. I'm a resident of Prado Way in Lafayette. And I would like to note that while I serve as the chair of the GPAC, I am not speaking on behalf of the GPAC tonight. I'm speaking solely as a private citizen. Since I will be away at the next council meeting, I would like to share a few observations with you regarding RENA in my 3 minutes. And the first is that GPAC performed extensive work on the site's inventory. We gathered significant public input over the course of last year and into this year. And in addition, a number of GPAC members spent additional time examining additional possible sites to be included in the site's inventory. The entire committee went through an exhaustive process to go through parcel by parcel, every parcel on the sheet, to come up with a working sites inventory and a spreadsheet, which we then passed on to the Planning Commission. I will note that the parcels that are on the spreadsheet have been vetted multiple times, extensively with staff and even with GPAC members walking the streets. And with all this, I would suggest that the council focus on the bigger picture, which is the zoning of the EIR map areas, and not get into a re-examination of specific parcels. That's a rabbit hole that will be hard to exit. The second point is that while some suggested last year that our RHNA obligation could be satisfied without upzoning, GPAC's work shows that that isn't the case. Upzoning has to happen to meet our RHNA thresholds. The question is where? And following that observation, the Planning Commission followed GPAC's recommendation to include the BART site in the RHNA mix. GPAC voted to include the southern portion of the De Silva site on a 6-5 vote, and acknowledging that the alternative was to upzone at least a part of the downtown. And the Planning Commission opted for the latter option. And I'll note that all of these choices have their challenges, and none of this is easy. And the GPAC took the position that since, as our RHNA appeal had failed, we needed to meet the RHNA targets with a responsible buffer, particularly for the low and very low income units. And we felt that this approach would provide the city with a credible response to HCD. And I'll note maybe in conclusion here that Lafayette has devoted more attention to RHNA and has solicited more public input than about any other city I've observed in tracking all this. And I'd like to note that your staff and your consultant, Diana Elrod, have done good work on behalf of this community. And I wish the council well in your work to address the housing element and the opportunity sites list. It will be a challenge, but there's a lot of work that's been done already on this, and I sincerely wish you all the best in getting through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, and thank you for getting that in the 3-minute time frame and important messages. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeremy Levine, followed by Cheryl M. and Patty Battersby.
Oh, good to see you all again. Let me share my screen really quickly. So a few weeks ago, Inclusive Lafayette wrote a letter. And this letter outlined several areas that we thought the housing element could be improved. But I do want to echo Jim Cervantes' last statements. The GPAC worked really hard on this thing. They really did listen to a lot of people in the community. They came up with a plan that they thought complied with state law based on the information that they were given. And I think that it really is a good attempt at a housing element. And I might have my issues with it. I'm about to present some recommendations and explain one elaboration, but they deserve a lot of appreciation. And I think a lot of credit for really trying to represent this community as well as they can and putting in a lot of work to get to claim that they do that. I'm going to talk about the BART parking lots because, as Jim mentioned, there is a question of does the upzoning that the city is considering suffice in meeting our RHNA? And Inclusive Lafayette, the organization I'm here to represent, has endorsed upzoning the BART parking lots from the beginning of this process. We still support upzoning the BART parking lots. We think that that's a great place to put housing, especially a good amount of affordable housing. However, as an opportunity site, the BART lots have some concerns, and as the council considers moving forward where we're going to upzone and how much, I think it's worth considering whether or not the BART lots are going to count. So I have 3 sources I'm just going to point out to you. This is from HCD's Sites Inventory Guidebook. It is the instructions HCD gave for cities to create their site inventories. It says that if more than 50% of the sites used to accommodate the lower income household RHNA are non-vacant, then there is a higher standard of proof that cities need to meet in order to demonstrate that something is an opportunity site. Specifically, substantial evidence that the use will likely be discontinued during the planning period. Now, there's some debate about what substantial evidence means, and this document goes into it. I recommend looking at page 27. But what I have right now, based on what I know of BART, is substantial evidence that they are not going to develop at that time. This is BART's timeline of development here. saying that Lafayette is not planned for development until after 2030. And unless we have official documentation stating otherwise, confidently, affirmatively, that we are up in the timeline, then I don't think it's going to count. This is from an HCD presentation that I went to earlier today, saying that lack of clear, substantial evidence that the use will likely be discontinued in the planning period is necessary. So I hope that the city will come up with a backup plan for how we're going to meet our RENA numbers if BART doesn't qualify. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for wrapping up. And for taking down your screen. Are there any questions of the speaker? I don't see any. And Jeremy, can you, stop your screen. Thank you. Are there any? I don't think I saw anybody. And I still don't see anyone raising their hand. So thank you. Thank you for providing input, and we'll move on to the next person.
The next speaker is Cheryl M., followed by Patty Battersby. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Well, I'm going to be really, really short. Two things. I wondered if a thought of having Colin Elliott's plan be one of the proposals that's brought to the next meeting on the 23rd, I think it was, as one of your scenarios that you would look at. This, I think Greg Wolf said all scenarios are welcome, and that might be one that we have as a scenario that we look at. And the second thing is that I support Vice Mayor's comment about having a special meeting. This is a really big deal. The Planning Commission had worked really hard to get it done in just 2, and they thought about having a special meeting. GPAC took a lot of time, as you know. This is a really big deal. A lot of the community is really involved and engaged in this, and so I think a special meeting to help us as a community, as a council, and also as your city people that are watching can have that extra day with you discussing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Patty Battersby, followed by Robert Lavoie, Colin Elliott, and Libby Henry.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your hours that you're considering on this. One of the main things that I'm really, really concerned about is the fact that we need to focus on the mission statement of maintaining Lafayette's semi-rural residential climate and character. And I'm representing the Glen. A lot of neighbors were very, very, very concerned. So as I say, I'm speaking for myself. I'm really speaking for my neighborhood as well. I really, really want you to consider not doing any upzoning in the downtown to add any additional housing more than is required, given the already density and height bonuses the developers are using. I also am concerned about the state audit of HCD and the pending lawsuits that may result, and that we are really should not be upzoning any properties nor increase what is required at this time. If we upzone, we cannot change it. It's not reversible. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that BART is in a very high fire severity zone, and it's not an ideal place for dense development. Safety and evacuation have got to be considered. We saw what happened last Thursday. I wrote a letter to the council saying I couldn't even get to my house. I had to park and walk. The traffic was just, I know it was all over Lafayette, not just Deer Hill, but we have to take into consideration that when there is a problem with a freeway, Deer Hill and Mount Diablo Boulevard end up being the ways of evacuation. The other thing that I have a big concern about is ADUs. I've done a lot of research on it. I wrote a letter. I gave you some of the figures that I've pulled off the City of Lafayette side, and I think that they've absolutely been undercounted, and I think that that needs to be adjusted. It is becoming more popular as people learn about it, and we need to make a realistic projection. I think upzoning downtown is a great mistake. Developers are already taking advantage of the density bonus. We don't need taller and denser buildings. And I think we have to, taking into account the work that Colin Elliott, Elliot Hudson, and Rob Lavoie have done. They've done a tremendous job on models. I support what they're doing, and I think that it's really, really important for their alternative to be put before the City Council and to be seriously considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you for your comments and your written comments as well.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Robert Lavoie, followed by Colin Elliott and Libby Henry. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'd like to just suggest a philosophical framework for making the difficult decisions on the different sites. Colin and I have spent a lot of time on the potential solutions versus the Planning Commission and the GPAC proposals. And our goal is to try and minimize any upzoning for downtown with just basic changes to the Planning Commission model. We can get to a nice yield, a nice buffer, and an acceptable plan. BART should be kept at 75 units an acre with 100% yield. No upzoning for downtown. I know Jim's been a big advocate of this, but we already have 35 unit base zoning and 52 with density bonuses. That's 50 feet tall. We don't need anything more than that. The Silva is a good alternative to looking at that, and I think ADUs are also a good alternative. ADUs, I believe the corrected rate should be 182 units instead of 112 for the 8-year period as a bare minimum, and that's using the average of the last 4 years. But the current quarter, the first quarter, we did 12 permits, so just multiplying that by 4 would be 48 to average in with the previous years, which have been increasing dramatically. The point about looking at Yorba Linda is that the city or the HCD allowed them to use the current run rate instead of a 4-year-old average, which is irrelevant. And ADUs have a nice benefit of they allowed us to use a higher or a better mix, allowing more very low and low income units from ADUs. A study in Berkeley showed that 50% of the ADUs were free or very low rent for family members and allowing kids to stay in the community, which is one of the goals of the housing element. So that's a big change since the GPAC did their analysis. The mix has changed dramatically, and we need to look at the ADUs very closely instead of upzoning downtown, which would have a dramatic negative impact on the character of the community. Yields, again, we don't need to be overly conservative. HCD doesn't allow us to use the 50% bonus density, and we're actually seeing 116% yield on recent projects based on the current laws. So there's no reason to go below 100%. But even leaving the yields at the prior Planning Commission number, we can come up with 25% buffer for very low income. using these very simple changes. So I'll send more information before the next meeting, but I wanted to just talk conceptually. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Colin Elliott, followed by Libby Henry. And at this time, there are no other hands raised after Libby Henry.
Thank you, Suzanne. Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Good evening, everybody. I wasn't actually going to speak tonight, but my name seems to be reverberating around, so I thought I'd at least better say something. I was actually spurred on to speak because of what Jim Cervantes said, and I think Rob touched on it a little bit on what he just said. One thing that's been happening all along, as staff will know, is that, you know, GPAC have been working on this and did work extremely hard, I will agree. I listened into nearly all of their meetings. But as we know, HCD keeps moving the goalposts on us on these things. They've come up with new timing and public comment periods recently. They've changed a number of things. And I think that's part of the problem is, you know, they giveth and they taketh away, right? So one of the things that recently happened, in fact, was that we realized that with ABAG's new studies, the allocation of ADU units can be different from what was been in the model for quite a while. And that's actually was a big help and a sort of a game changer for us. That was something that Jim probably isn't aware of. Now, against that, of course, we've gone to a lower number on this four-year average, and that's something that Rob just mentioned. And I think we should have further study of what the real number we should be using for ADUs. But to come back to the point Jim Cervantes mentioned when he said some upzoning is necessary, I categorically disagree with that. It's not. We're really just down to how much of a buffer do we want for the low and very low income units, and I think staff would agree to that. Right now, they're probably, if you didn't have the upzoning in, you'd probably be at about a 21% buffer in those categories. Staff would like to see that higher for the reasons that we know about, no net loss and other things. But I think what we've heard is, or we've shown is that there are, in fact, we're being very conservative. So we know the ADU numbers are actually lower in the model. We know that the yields we have to use because of HCD are low. We can't use 100% yield, even though we're doing 116. So in fact, the real buffer is actually higher anyway. And then the thing I just want to touch on is we all know that we need to help with the affordable housing, and a lot of the policies of protecting what's already there are going to be important. And I really was appreciative of Diana pointing out that just to fund what's in our model would take, I think she said something like, $314 million. And so, that's a very big number, and those are kind of the important things we need to study here. But I would reiterate that we don't need to do the upzoning or rush into an upzoning now, has been suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? And thank you for coming to all of the meetings, and I know you're doing a lot of work behind the scenes as well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next speaker is Libby Henry, followed by David Clark. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now.
Okay, and welcome, Ms. Henry.
Sorry about that. Took me a minute to reconnect. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I really wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just wanted to support and reiterate some of the things. I'm obviously not as technical as Rob Lavoie or Colin Elliott. They've done a tremendous amount of work, as has the GPAC. My concern is the planning commission seemingly disregard for the mission, Lafayette's mission statement in their decision in the housing element. And it's very concerning. And I feel like they should be looking at the work that people like Rob and Colin have done a lot more seriously. And I do appreciate all the work that the GPAC and everybody and the staff have done on this. But, there is a way to do this without upzoning. We don't need to have a 50% buffer that it seems like has been the norm in this whole process. And, the state requires 10. So 21% would seem appropriate to me. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, I think that remembering and supporting the mission statement of the vast majority of the people of Lafayette, to keep, we want Lafayette to be the Lafayette that we love. That's all I have to say, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? And thank you for your input.
The next speaker is David Clark. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. And if you are calling from a telephone, press *9.
Welcome, Mr. Clark.
Hi, thank you. I heard a comment a couple of times during the GPAC process that I've not heard tonight, so I'll repeat it. And that is that upzoning downtown incentivizes obviously the development of further residential property and throws off the residential commercial mix. So I think that was one of the rationales, at least it seemed like it to me, the GPAC took in deciding to not upzone downtown and to focus on the De Silva property south of Mount Diablo. And that explanation or that rationale made sense to me. So I like the GPAC approach and that Jim Cervantes outlined. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark, for your input.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, well, we will then close the public hearing and bring it back to council for additional questions that can be mixed with discussion and deliberations. And I was out during that window of time. Was the consensus that process-wise we would start at the beginning and go through each item? Or when I came back in, it seemed we had jumped to the sites inventory, which was not for tonight, but it seemed like that's where we had gone. Vice Mayor Anduri?
Well, in the interest of full disclosure, the second COVID booster shot eliminated 24 hours of my planned work time over the weekend. So what I'm prepared to go through today is most of the housing element itself. I have not looked at any of the appendices except C, and I've gone through that and I have questions on that. So I'll just let you know, I am not prepared on the other 4 appendices that we were discussed tonight.
Okay, thank you for that candor, and glad that you're recovered. What I did, if we could back up before we start our discussion and our questions and provide input to staff, is the idea of scheduling another meeting, another special session. I do see that the June 27th is now the date So having a special meeting separate from, one of our regularly scheduled that is just housing element. I think that will give us a better sense tonight also about which pieces we're going to get through, knowing that we'll have that extra time. I'd like us to kind of decide on that if the council is willing. And
Sure.
see
How
us-
busy is that May, our next meeting?
May 23rd.
Yeah, does that have a full schedule to it, like a normal schedule?
We already have, I believe, the housing element.
The
on-
housing
It is
element.
that
Yeah.
it is on there, and we were going to discuss the whole housing element, but primarily focus on the opportunity sites. But city manager Srivatsa?
There is a chance, and I will confirm tomorrow, that some of the Transportation and Circulation Commission's recommendations might come to you on the 23rd as well. So it's a long agenda.
So Vice Mayor Anduri, sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. I know it's a ways out, but what does the June 13th agenda look like?
I don't know, Vice Mayor. The city clerk is here. She may have an idea.
The meeting is too far out for me to project.
I was going to say, I don't have a sense of what's all on that agenda. So what we could do is add it to that agenda and work to keep it, rather than having a separate one. But and then after we get through this meeting and the next meeting, we may decide that we want to have a separate where it's just our work on finishing it up, knowing that we will approve, certify the EIR and approve it to be submitted at the June 27th meeting. So I think go ahead, Vice Mayor Anduri.
I'm fine with that. That is, our next meeting on this topic would be the 27th as scheduled. We'll try to get through it. If we don't,
23rd.
If we don't get through it, then we'll schedule it on June 12th, 13th.
13th, yeah.
Okay, now the only caveat again, and I've notified almost everyone on the screen here, I'm going to be on for a substantial part of the time between the last May meeting and the first June meeting. So I won't be around for a special meeting. So,
right. Any special meeting would be within the time frame that you would be back, and Councilmember Kwok and everyone. So, since it won't happen before our meeting on the 23rd, which Nirup and I were looking at the calendar trying to figure out that earlier, it would be somewhere in June after you're back. But as of right now, we'll schedule the third hearing of this on our June 13th meeting, but we can confirm that after our meeting on the 23rd.
If necessary.
Okay. If necessary, yeah. Okay, so now we will go back and we can start through the draft housing element. I'm seeing nodding. And past so Councilmember Candell, you had said that you had.
Right, and so like on Appendix A, I'm going to Appendix A, right? That's what we're talking about?
Oh, I was
Or the
going directly.
actual
Okay, is it me again? Or losing Councilmember Candell?
No,
Oh,
you're
okay.
here.
Okay. I was pulling up the actual draft housing element.
Okay, hang on. Once you get to somebody else, yet I didn't get my questions.
Okay, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Hey, can I suggest a process on this? I have a number of nitpicky technical comments. I would propose that I submit those in writing.
And I was going to say, I have several that are nitpicky, and I see both Greg and I don't believe we need to do spacing and formatting and type, whatever.
Well, mine were a little bit above that, but.
Well, and some other, yeah, I mean, any of the, yeah, we can submit unless it's
I
substantive.
think I think we're looking for
Yeah.
substantive comments and questions so that, if we need to go back and provide new data, new analysis or whatever, that's really what we're looking for right now.
Right.
Of course,
okay.
we welcome the other stuff too.
And the other comments, I'm asking the city attorney now, to whom should those be addressed? I mean, should other council members, some of them are borderline, some of them are.
Yeah, I would rather the borderline comments maybe be made tonight, and then more of the, I think typographical or non-substantive comments can be sent in a letter to, I think, Greg and Diana would be the appropriate people.
Thank you, Mala.
Thank you.
So do you have ones that you want to share this evening, Vice Mayor Anduri?
Yes. Okay, this is, I'm on page H5.
Okay.
This goes to organization. I have trouble with this because I firmly believe that when you lay out bullet points like this, then you need to address them in that order, or at least explain where they're being addressed. Because I've spent some time trying to match up the bullet points with the housing element, the appendices, and I couldn't do it. So it would be really helpful either if, well, I don't know what's legally required, but if it's legally required to put these bullet points here, then I think you should explain after each one where it's addressed. So we're not searching, matching it. I think it makes it easier for somebody to read it too. It's, form dictates substance in some ways. So that's an organizational comment. Okay, that's question on H10. This is under 2.2.2 physical, economic, and regulatory characteristics. The fifth line down talks about the city has accelerated housing production, approving more than 500 units for development. Does that include the terraces or not include the terraces?
It wouldn't. That can't.
I'm not sure how you get to 500 without.
We'll look at that. This was language that was approved by GPAC. If you just give us, I mean, these are the kinds of things that if you wanted to send an email about them, like questions about them, that'd be fine. We can research.
Okay. Well, that one, actually, the reason I asked that one is the answer to that will lead to other things in here, but that's fine. Okay, was there discussion? I'm looking at now H12, and in the story, this is the first story that appears, and I recognize this from our consideration of Lafayette Lane. But at either the GPAC level or the Planning Commission level or at the staff level, has there been an analysis of any type done of what our need is in the city for IDD, intellectually and developmentally disabled housing? I know that when we considered Lafayette Lane, there was just an outpouring of residents who said they could use it. And I'm just wondering if we just saw the tip of the iceberg, or if we've actually looked at what that need is.
There is data. There are data further on in this segment having to do with people with IDD issues. We're hampered a little bit by data provided, but we definitely have some, because of state law, we're required to provide data. So there is data further on in there.
Okay. Okay, and this is one that sort of gets to what we're trying to say in the housing element. On H13, the second bullet deals with aging in place, and the second sentence says, On the one hand, the idea of downsizing sounds appealing, but homeowners may face substantial challenges because concerns over depleting a household's assets. What does that mean? And if you don't want to answer tonight, I'll put that in a question to send
I
it.
can definitely respond to that. I have to go back to what the GPAC's notes were about that.
Do we want to go to Councilmember Candell?
Yeah, that's fine.
For a bit.
I'll mark my questions and be ready when we come back.
I have a full disclosure on this one. You know what? I didn't actually get time to read this one. I went through all the appendixes in detail.
Okay.
And honest, I don't know, for some reason, this one didn't come up on my thing. And so so I'm going to have to do this. But a couple of things that I did go through in detail was the cost burdening. And on so many of these items, we compare Lafayette to the county, the region, whatever. And I see the numbers for cost burdening and overcrowding as just statements of Lafayette. And I'd like to include how those relate to the rest of our county and our region, because I don't know how to read it. Otherwise, I don't have any perspective of what the rest of the region is doing.
Okay, Vice Mayor Andrew.
Okay, questions on the material that starts on page H27. These are the detailed actions for the Fair Housing Action Plan. And just want to make sure I understand. Is this a form prepared? As you mentioned, there was an organization that prepared a study for the county. Is this adopting that form, or is this specifically crafted for Lafayette?
It's specifically crafted for Lafayette in conjunction with Route Policy, which was the consultant who did the bulk of this actual work. There was another firm that works on behalf of the county to do some rudimentary work, which was included in the appendices, but the actual actions were provided by Route Policy working with staff. These are Route Policy is an organization that works really closely with HCD, and these are actions that specifically address the findings in the AFFH requirements.
Okay, so for example, on page H27, action 1.2, design a regional forgivable loan program for homeowners to construct an ADU that is held affordable, blah, blah, blah. I see the responsible party, C4, EBHO, other cities. That's a one where we'll collaborate with other cities.
Yes,
about
exactly. Okay. All the other cities are hopefully going to collaborate on this particular project.
Okay, and then on page H28, action, well, I assume it's 2.1.
Sorry.
Pilot a by right approval for low density attached housing that exceeds the BMR affordability requirements, model after Austin's affordability unlock. Now, was this specifically discussed by GPAC or by the Planning Commission?
No, because the GPAC had this, the Planning Commission had all this information. They did not comment on it. This information was not available to GPAC because it came out, we had to hire somebody at the last minute to provide this material. And this would be a program that would be able, would be also, like the other one, would be a countywide effort, and other jurisdictions would be involved, and we would work with the C4 facilitating group to make this happen.
Can I follow up on that? So the this one struck me as we already have our SB9 objective standards. And the league just came out with their recommendations recently about SB9 and how cities can, on their own, attach affordable requirements to these kind of projects that you're referring to in this one. And so I thought that Lafayette could even be more proactive on this. And since we're going to be going over our SB9, which covers, single family, unattached, or whatever how they phrase it here, duplexes, that we could put our own affordable requirements into our SB9 final ordinance that's coming up even sooner. And so I would even expand this one to make it more Lafayette, that we could do more. That was one of my comments. Because it sounds like the league says that we can do that under SB9.
I think Councilmember Kendall, as we've talked about before, we would need some sort of study to justify it. So we would need to hire a consultant to do that.
Okay. Okay.
And then I have a similar question on the programs that are on H29 and H30. Again, were those discussed? Because the responsible party in each of those is the city of Lafayette. Were those discussed explicitly by either I assume not GPAC from what you said, but was that explicitly discussed by the Planning Commission?
I don't recall them
Look at
bringing
that
it
and
up.
say, yes, we want to do that.
They adopted these as part of their action to move it forward to City Council. It was not discussed in particular, as far as I recall. Greg, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's accurate.
Okay. I'm just wondering why 4.1 is there on H31, since it states earlier in the report that there are no affordable units that will expire in the next decade.
Because there will be units that will expire beyond the next decade, including BMR units. And so the city does not have an existing overarching policy to address those expiring contracts. So okay. When they do, we need something in place that when things come up, we are already can be mobilized to do something about them.
Okay, so this is covering post 2030.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. And on page H32, I think you covered this earlier, but is farm work, including farm workers here, intentional at the top of
yes.
To the fourth line?
Yes, because the laws have changed that require, studies have shown, and the state requires now us to talk more in detail about farm worker housing, even though we may not have evidence of farm workers specifically living in Lafayette, that we need to allow for farm worker housing, for permanent and seasonal housing, because it is research shows that farm workers will travel up to 75 miles from their place of residence to go work in farms. And so the new law requires us to specifically call out farm workers as a potential special needs group in the community.
Okay, and I guess I'll just put in my written thing, if asking you to show me where the IDD further data is.
We can do that, sure.
See it as I was flipping it through. And then similar question, is there any relatively precise data on unmet senior housing needs? That's part one of that question. And part two is, did either the GPAC or the Planning Commission explicitly discuss affordable senior housing? And I ask that because the city has already upzoned the downtown for senior housing. We have a senior housing overlay district. So if we develop senior housing in the downtown, Diana, you know that better than Greg, you know, but for everybody else is aware of it, you can get 45 units to the acre. And as we did with Belle Terre, we also granted a density bonus. So Belle Terre that property is actually the densest property in the downtown. So part two of the question, did either the GPAC or the Planning Commission explicitly address the need for senior housing?
No, they talked about housing needs for special needs groups in general. And because the needs of all those groups far outweigh any resources or ability to accommodate them, it was sort of more of each, we have to provide documentation, which we did, about senior housing needs in terms of the number of senior housing households that are lower income, sort of the mismatch between senior housing and where there are units that are affordable to them. So all that data is in there, but in terms of a specific discussion about any particular special needs group was really, they talked about it sort of generally rather than specifically.
Okay, thank you. And then last specific question on H33 policy H8-2, it says establish building height requirements that are sensitive to neighborhood context. I just need to make sure I understand that, because I think, and this is a question for the city attorney, I think, because I thought the advice that we got was we really can't do anything with height requirements.
That could be an issue for SB 330 in terms of if we're trying to reduce height requirements.
Okay. All right.
And also, don't people get unlimited waivers and concessions for height? Anyway, that was my concept. Why do we even need to address it? Because it's not an issue that developers have to worry about.
I believe that there was a statement made in a number of meetings with GPAC about the concern about making sure that there wasn't an abrupt change between, for example, really high buildings and next to single family residences. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that there was a recognition and a sensitivity to sort of stepping down away from higher buildings. And I think that's where that came from.
Correct. And you're absolutely right. We would need to be cognizant of any change and SB 330. And if there's a reduction in where in an area, there would need to be a commensurate increase in another area to have no net loss. But yes, it goes specifically to those comments around where single family neighborhoods abut multifamily commercial. And if they're even at the current levels, there's a perceived disparate height differential between the multifamily commercial and the single family, which historically in the examples cited by the speakers are essentially one-story neighborhoods, maybe with some 2 stories mixed in. There's also the commenters have spoken about existing conditions where there is a topographic change. So the height of those, up to 35-foot buildings in the downtown is exacerbated as perceived by the single family further south, which lie lower.
A last question on the housing element summary. In policy H611, it states allow placement of manufactured housing units. Did that come from GPAC, Planning Commission, or staff?
I don't remember off. I know that it is on the state's requirement that the city has to allow manufactured housing. And I think that this was an item to ensure compliance with that.
Okay, is that in the ADU context or also SB 9 second unit, any context?
I don't know off the top of my head. I would defer to the city attorney, but I know that as a housing type, it has to be allowed within the community somewhere. Granted, it's not like a mobile home. It needs to be on a, the city can say it needs to be on a fixed foundation, et cetera, but as a housing type because it is, generally speaking, a little more affordable than stick-built housing. The city has to allow it somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was the last part for that. Anyone else have any other comments on the summary? And it looks like we're going to come back to that in the next session as well. So I'm going back out. And so Councilmember Candell, oh, well, Councilmember Dawson, you turned your mic on. Did you have a, oh, turned it off? Okay. So Councilmember Anduri, so on the, oh, Councilmember Candell, sorry. Did you want to provide input on Appendix A or B and Councilmember Dawson, or shall we jump to?
So Appendix A is, I already asked my cost burdening and overcrowding to get the comparative. And then there's some nitpicky things that I can email.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
All nitpicky things. So anything on Appendix B? Councilmember Dawson, or?
I do actually. So Appendix, I have some nitpicky, but then
which are our
page
constraints.
Yeah, page B10. Oh, I'm getting down to there. So why aren't we including the new state laws that have eliminated the ability of cities to deny projects, circumvent CEQA, add limits to 5 meetings, 50% density bonuses? Those are reasons why we got the surge to 111% densities, right? And they're not mentioned. They're just kind of saying, oh, we got the surge to all of a sudden we're getting to 111%. And it seems like we ought to at least mention that all the state laws have changed. And that's why we're seeing the increased densities.
So I'm sorry, you're on page B11?
B10 at the bottom.
B10.
Yeah, in the last paragraph, Greg.
In the last paragraph, in the last 5 years, multifamily developments have averaged 111%. And it's like, why? Well, there's lots of reasons why.
And so the suggestion is to elaborate on why the increase in
why the increase.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
And it does reference the state density bonus law, but not the other laws. That
not anything else. It was just kind of incomplete.
Yeah.
And then B15. So it makes the, I'm trying to see exactly where it is. The reason why we didn't reach our goals is because we didn't zone high enough. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree that the current density isn't the reason we're not meeting our goals. We're not meeting them because we can't tell the developers, they're choosing not to build VLI and LI, and we can't tell them to build VLI and LI. And we don't have the money to encourage them to build them. And so I definitely do not agree that zoning is the issue, is that we can't force them to build more than they want either. So I think you should not say that zoning is the only issue why we didn't reach our goals.
Councilmember Candela, can you point out where you are reading that? It was B15, but where is that
on the bottom of density? These factors both indicate the permitted density is a constraint to new housing development, implying that we need to zone in order to achieve. That's the reason why we didn't get there, right? And I don't agree with that. There's a lot of reasons why we didn't get there, unfortunately.
So staff, do you see where that is?
Yeah. I mean, there is a constraint document that, you know, and I guess this should maybe be to Councilmember Candel's point, just as one of the constraints.
Right. So development fees, I saw in there, there's a thought that we would look into the development fees on B21. Saying that the costs are higher per square foot, basically, on multifamily as compared to single family. And that is true. And the thought was that we were going to go and so on the bottom of page B21. And so part of me goes, well, the impacts from a unit are not based on the size of the unit, but the amount of people in a unit. And so these fees, so basically, maybe we can investigate, but I thought we were going to do a nexus study to understand all of our fees, right? And so this one just kind of seemed out of left field, and just wondering, who brought this up, and like did planning bring this up, or GPAC, or where did this come from?
It came from guidance from HCD. And I should mention that in the presentation today that I gave, we took out that particular item as a constraint. It was changed. It hasn't been changed, but will be changed in the narrative because it's been requested by HCD. It isn't in statute by square foot. And the research that we've done in the past, I'd say 3 or 4 days actually, has indicated that none of the jurisdictions that have certified housing elements have provided it by square foot. So it was based only on all these other jurisdictions on per unit basis. So that's what we're going to include. We'll edit this section appropriately.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you. Okay. And then on B29, the conclusions seemed like we did all this great work and all this whole document, and then those are the conclusions. And I'm like, these conclusions are really fell flat. I think there's so much more, I don't know, that I just had a really hard time with these conclusions. Like the proposed density increases in various parts of the cities. We may not increase the density in various parts of the city, right? And this is kind of implying that we're going to. And then all of a sudden, just what you just said, the second paragraph is the per unit development fee, and we're going to redo that. So I would suggest that we relook at these conclusions on the constraints.
And I don't know if this is a fair thing, but I mean, most of these constraints are non-governmental, and I think those need to be reiterated here because we can't. There's only so much we can do, and so I think it's important in the conclusion to reiterate and spell out or summarize bullet points what those constraints are. Basically, that the cost is, the expense and all that good stuff, because those are not in our control.
Right, and I would note that this conclusion about proposed density increases, the plan that the Planning Commission has sent over does assume. So the note would be that depending on what, we need to come back to this conclusion section, depending on what is ultimately decided. But right now,
definitely.
This statement matches what has been sent over.
Exactly. Cool. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
Just
so that's all mine in B.
Okay. Anyone else? And we will. I almost want to jump over C, but we'll come to C now. Well, actually, let's do that because the plan was to go through the other parts of the of this and to come back to that at the May 23rd meeting, but we'll get to the questions this evening.
Okay. I was going to
Appendix
discuss.
D.
Right. We were going to do, D and
Yeah, we're going to do D,
G.
E, F, and G, and then we'll come back to C. So Appendix D.
Open up. I have a hard time on D3 about calling out a current lawsuit. The tension around Lafayette's ownership character has continued, and there's a lawsuit, and I would hate to conflate this housing element with the lawsuit over the terraces in the way that it is here. And it seems like, do other cities include all the lawsuits that they have over how many lawsuits are there in California right now over housing projects? It just seemed, I did not think that this should be included in our housing element. It's going to be hopefully solved soon, right? It's not related to our 6th cycle.
Let me just say, at a minimum, I would not describe it as a battle between housing advocates and existing residents. I think there are existing residents on both sides of that issue.
Yes. I would just leave it out. It'd be easier.
And I'm curious too, on Section 3, I guess it's page 5, under the contributing factors under the segregation integration. I'm not trying to downplay this, but in the last one, that last sentence it's a signal to renters that they are not welcome in Lafayette, based on the fact that, let's see, how is this reading? That organized opposition against apartment communities. It kind of portrays it. I mean, there's a difference of how people are saying, oh, they don't want multifamily, and basically saying they're not welcoming. I'm not sure if that's a fair subjective wording in terms of that.
Councilmember Dawson, are you referring back to the housing element?
Page D5 in
thanks. Where are we? We're on page
D.
D5 in section 3.1.
Okay, I didn't.
I thought that's where we were. Or is that where we were?
No, understood. But I saw that same comment somewhere else, and so it had to be only 2 ones that I read. And I was wondering about that. What was the basis of for putting that in there? How was that conclusion drawn?
I will definitely talk with a consultant who completed this work. We didn't do that, but these were the findings of the consultant who is well versed in this issue. I'm happy to make it. I've made a note, and we can ask how that conclusion was drawn.
Right.
Was it in the affirmatively furthering fair housing section of the housing element? Is that?
Yes, that's this segment.
Oh, and that's it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I will ask.
Yeah, because if it's based on comment, I understand that, but I'm not sure if the way we're presenting it is it should be more objectively stated.
Okay, any other?
So on page D6, the exclusionary behavior among landlords. And this was so because we're seeing a boon of ADU production, which is the only way for us to get affordable housing, right, in our areas outside of our downtown. And I see that boon of affordable housing going in as part of ADUs as actually kind of the opposite statement that you're making here. I think people are enjoying the fact that they can put in affordable housing.
What specific on
page
where? 6, where
the concentration, the first paragraph, the concentration of LMI renter households and voucher in the downtown area suggests a lack of affordable housing options rental housing or exclusionary behavior among landlords throughout the remaining areas of the city. And what I'm saying is that the housing costs we know out in the remaining part of the city is high, but we're getting these ADUs going in, which is the only way we can get affordable housing right now.
The ADUs are not really providing, the people who have specifically voucher holders, specifically, they're very low and low income. And there's data that's been provided that there is quite a number of landlords, even though the state law doesn't allow it, that specifically say in their ads, no Section 8 allowed, which is against the law. And I think that this is referencing. Is that there is actually, if somebody shows up and says, I have a Section 8 voucher, they will refuse renting to them. And that there are two primary ways in which people are discriminated against in Lafayette. Actually, the Bay Area in total is one, based on the fact that they have a housing voucher or they have a disability and they've requested a reasonable accommodation and the landlord refuses to provide it. Like, I need a grab bar, I need a ramp, I need this, I need that. They won't provide it. So this is based on primarily landlords saying, I will not accept Section 8, which is against the law now in the state. But that's why one of the actions we have in here is, I think so, is that one of the actions we have is to conduct work with Echo Housing and other fair housing providers to do mandatory training for landlords in the community so that they learn what their requirements are. I think this is one of the really great ways that we can get landlords on the same page.
And
so
what about
where this came from?
Do we have an enforcement mechanism as well?
Well, if the city has a requirement that landlords have a business license with the city of some kind, that could be a mechanism that in order to get a business license with the city, they have to go through the training. And it'd be like 2 hours of training or an hour of training. It's not a lot. It's just to say, here's what you can and can't do. And I think the vast majority of landlords want to do the right thing, but they're not aware of what they can and cannot ask for and can and cannot require. So I think that's kind of where this is coming from.
Okay, all right, totally different than what I was thinking. Thank you.
No, it's more of a misunderstanding of what fair housing laws are about.
Got it. Okay, sounds great.
Okay, any other?
Yeah, I had a question on on page D34, for God's sakes, go down. There was a big red region in the map and I did not understand it. Okay, so on page D44, 34, map 11.
This is concentrations of households that have basically who have a housing choice voucher, a Section 8 voucher. And it's kind of hard to see in here.
Yeah.
Very hard. But actually there are a fair number of units in Lafayette, especially in the downtown, that actually have a Section 8 voucher. And my guess is primarily those are households that are in some of these, as I mentioned, apartment buildings that are kind of maybe up against the freeway, kind of tucked in places that you may not normally kind of see, but they're kind of out of the way. And so we're talking about, I think that the percentage is between, that is probably between 5 and 15% of the households have a housing choice voucher. That's a significant number.
I know, it's great. But it's that big red thing that looks like it's part of a Arinda in Lafayette. That was the one I was surprised about.
Yeah, that one is not, I think that's just outside of Lafayette. I don't think it's actually in Lafayette.
Oh, okay.
It's Arinda.
It is just Arinda,
Yeah.
okay.
And I assume it's apartment buildings there.
That maybe that's their senior housing, right? Also, they've got the two big senior housing complexes. So maybe those were that. Okay, all right, thank you. Oh, and then D40, what RCAAs, what are those? I didn't understand what that was.
These are areas of affluence, and there are two different kinds of areas that we have to look at. One is recap areas, which are areas that have a lot of poverty. We already know that there aren't really areas of poverty, and then the other areas are areas of affluence, and the data, we don't have the data on that. We have some minimal data on it, but we're required by law to include it if it's been provided, which it hasn't directly been provided.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Kendall, was your question what is an RCAA?
Yeah, and I guess that's what that is.
It's a racially concentrated area of affluence.
Right. Got it. And why it was empty was why I was like, I don't, here, and now I didn't understand it because there's no data, but now I understand there isn't any data. So, okay, got it. D50, how many, the schools didn't seem right. And maybe there are just a lot more schools than I thought. It says we have 18 preschools. I guess that could be right. But it says we have 15 elementary schools, 6 middle schools, and 4 high schools in Lafayette. And I'm like, we do? Those were some pretty big numbers.
I'm not sure if this is a combination of public and private, but I'll make a note of this. Yeah. This was provided by the consultant. So I thank you for pointing that out.
Sure. And then, oh God, way down. There's action 1.3. And are we going to go over the whole policies in Appendix G? Are we going to go through that whole spreadsheet? Because then I can keep this other question out of this one.
We're going to go look through that. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just wait for that.
Any other? Okay, so let's go to E. And this is the review of the prior housing element. Does anybody have any comments in that? I didn't.
The only thing I just want to say about this is that the state has specifically asked us, and it actually requires, not asked, but requires us to do, and when we get to the new goals, policies, and programs, is to include really only those action items that are actionable, that are time bound, that have specific metrics. If it's something that's ongoing, like code enforcement or something, we can include it, but we are trying to include those as sort of at the end of our analysis, because those are the things that the Housing Accountability Unit is not going to be looking at per se. They're going to be looking at, we're going to say did X, we were going to do this thing by this date, and they're going to come back and say, did you do it? Did you hit all these people, et cetera? So we're just, this particular, segment is really just a recap of what we did, what we said we were going to do before, and now the stakes are now even higher for what we're going to do going forward.
Vice Mayor Anduri?
Yeah, I would just point out that appendices E and F are on the agenda for next meeting.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Even if I'd been healthy, I wouldn't have reviewed them for this.
I didn't repeat. Yeah.
I was like, oh.
I did look through, but okay. So now we'll go back to C. Oh, no,
E and F.
G. I'm sorry.
Right. So I did have a bunch on these.
Okay.
Page 1, the special tax districts. So it says it's going to be in 2030. That's is that even in our cycle? I guess it is. It's almost in our cycle. And I'm just like, why can't we put that as part of our Nexus studies, a special tax district? I'm just wondering why it was so far out. It seems so helpful.
Well, two things. I mean, we had, you definitely can consider different timing. I'm not, suggesting otherwise, but we had to figure out ways in which we could string things on throughout the 8-year cycle and not try to upfront load everything, because between, staff resources and money resources, we just don't have the bandwidth to do it. So we've tried to prioritize these, and according to what we think are the most important things to do. Obviously, we're open to suggestions.
Okay. Because it just seemed like that we've been so thinking outside the box in terms of trying to generate revenue, that it seemed like it was something that we might want to do earlier. Councilmember Kwok may have some ideas on that one. So
well,
wait
as part of our study for our 4th priority, it may move up,
right? Okay,
into that other piece, but no, good thing on the timing.
All right, and the DSP, that the completed time frame is 2031, and I'm assuming the downtown specific plan is this new downtown. We have a new name for it now, right? Kind of. It's not a downtown specific plan. It was the downtown Mount Diablo corridor or something like that.
Yeah.
I defer to Greg on that one because that's less in my wheelhouse.
Right. But that's what you mean by this, right? Is that we're not going to go into our general plan update. We're going to go into the specific plan update next.
And so we'll want to move that up. Yeah. I see Greg nodding.
Yeah, it would be moved up.
Okay, got it.
And so I think this goes back to, I know that in sitting on all of the GPAC meetings, both behind the scenes and on screen, that they went through, all of these, but did the Planning Commission, make edits or change, these particular the goals, policies, and programs?
I think there were some word edits, but I don't recall shifting of timeframes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I recall as well.
Okay.
All right, so the page G5, action 1.1. What is publicly subsidized and naturally affordable market rate multifamily? It seemed like there was a lot of conflicting terms. So naturally affordable market rate. I mean, how is that? I don't understand what that means.
Sorry about that. We can talk about what that means. Is housing that's on the market, but that is naturally affordable because it is not in the best condition. People have been living in it for a long time. So it may be below actual market rate. I think the wording is wrong on here and we can fix that. I'll make a note of that. But okay. It's really trying to get the idea that there are existing units in the community that are slightly under market rate that could be supported in some way, either by encouraging we've had this, we had an opportunity with a developer who was going to buy up a currently market rate development and then freeze the rates so that over time they would become below market rate because the rates wouldn't increase. And that's the kind of idea, is how to preserve units that may be right at the brink of market rate right now, but contain lower income households. And then if you freeze their rents, they over time become a quote unquote affordable. I think that's what this is trying to get at. And I can work on wordsmithing this one.
Okay. Cool. And then the next one is the regional forgivable loan.
Yeah.
for ADUs. So who would do that?
We have put in here the responsible party being C4, which is the collaborative for the county,
Okay.
as well as EBHO, which is a East Bay Housing Organization or an umbrella group. This is something that's actually being floated by a variety of jurisdictions in Contra Costa County.
It sounds great. So why wouldn't we, so on the ADU front, we only eliminate fees and for the only one level of our ADUs. And I just looked at other housing elements, and they were, in order to encourage more ADU production, they limited the fees and they got the pre-approved designs. And is this a place to add that?
I can't
Or is there
remember.
another place?
I think that we, Greg, remind me if we have, because I have 4 full housing elements and I don't remember every single one completely distinctly from the other. I can't remember if we have ADU actions elsewhere in the housing element.
And I thought that I'm not going to be able to point directly to it, but that during the discussions there was discussion about the timing being too far out, but developing a pre-approved plans and all of those are in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6.3.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, okay. We'll talk about that later. Okay, so back to action 1.2 is the contributing factors. Lack of affordable housing, prevalence of large single lot family developments, and zoning restrictions. But it's that, and those are okay, but then the lack of land zone to allow moderate or high density housing. How does that relate to ADUs? That doesn't seem related at all. We don't put ADUs on land zone for moderate or high density.
I'll reach out to Root Policy. That was a finding that they did in their analysis, and I can definitely find out what they meant by that.
Okay. All right, I have a comment on page G6, action item 2.2. And this is more of a wordsmith, because when I first read this, I'm like, wait, we're going to like lower our BMR requirement. It's like, no, the thought is that we're going to create a scalable, right, BMR scale. Right. And so I think it'd be a lot more clear, instead of just saying, look at it to allow smaller unit contributions, instead of it, how about a scalable market or unit contribution?
We can work on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's all.
I saw that too.
And then action 4.1 at the bottom of the same page.
Yeah.
It's a develop a plan to preserve the city's affordable units that will expire in the next decade to keep them affordable long term. And it seemed like the contributing factors to preserve, like that doesn't, like the lack of affordable housing and low housing production has nothing to do with preservation, right?
I'll ask Root Policy about that one.
Yeah. Like the problem is, one of our biggest problems is that we've got people coming in and tearing down existing low income units and building up new market rate ones, right? So that if we're doing preserving existing ones, what happened in Madison Park is that's the kind of stuff that we want to try to not let happen. All right, and then goal 1A, conditions of approval for multifamily. Oh, and the last item there in goal 1A, number 3, it says the owner applicant will provide documentation the tenant was offered first right of refusal pursuant to SB 330 provisions prior to issuing of a building permit. Is that how that reads? That seems so late.
I'm sorry, where are you?
On page G7, goal 6.1.A.
Yes.
That's when you offer first right of refusal, like when you issue the building permit?
Yes, this gets at, there's another action in here that actually talks about that. There are requirements that the first right of refusal has to be required in certain instances. And I think this one, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, if this one expands the requirement specifically for, there is a law on the books that says if a housing development is demolishing, if a developer demolishes a housing development that already has contained lower income households, whether they're income restricted or not, in the past 5 years, they have to do replacement units. And I think this is related to that. And I don't remember exactly how this one came up.
I think we should be careful of that because this is a big problem for us in Lafayette, right? So let's make sure we get this one right.
I think this
it has occurred, and I think you cited the Madison Park project where there were existing market rate, but also affordable. They were not deed restricted at the time. Our inclusionary ordinance does now deed restrict 15% of the units. But because of their rent levels, they had to replace them essentially in kind. And so post approval, as a condition of approval, the next step in the process would be for them to pull a building permit. And prior to that, they would need to demonstrate that they have met that obligation for first right of refusal to those tenants.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that, I mean, the tenants would need to be relocated during construction in any case. But that usually that's seen as early in the process.
Okay.
We would not want to. We would prefer it to be early rather than at a later stage, and certainly not at the final inspection when they're looking to gain occupancy and close their construction loans, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. All right, then this is good then. All right, got it. Oh, there it is. So section 6.3.b, that's on page, that's the ADUs. On page G9.
The permit ready.
Permit ready, right?
Yep.
And so is that a place where we should be looking to waive the fees? Because I know other cities are doing that, right? And advertise the waive fees, the ministerial approval, and then grandfathering of existing ones to help people get them into our ADU productions. Can we expand this maybe?
So I'm hearing you'd like, the council would like to have a draft program come back, which would waive fees.
Other cities have done that and it helps. I mean, I look at this as, I look at the ADUs as AFFH, they're AFFH, they're getting a whole bunch of real housing units that are cheap in Lafayette. The stuff downtown, we get after density bonus, we only get 10%, and we're getting 60% affordable in these ADUs. And so for real effect, for real, getting a real bang for our buck on these units, that I encourage us to think about it. Thanks, Carl.
Well, we'll discuss ADUs, how many we're going to put in the plan later, but that's a really good point. I mean, what if we waive fees, we do other things to make it easy, and we've got great ADU production. I guess my question is, in what way do we get credit for that? I know I assume we would put that in our annual housing report to HCD, but if we were to have higher ADU production than we've put in, as RENA numbers, would we be able to use that to avoid having to rezone later if we if our buffer was too thin?
Yes. If the ADU production is exceeding projections and other sites were underproducing lower income, then the ADUs would compensate for that. So wouldn't need to necessarily upzone or find additional sites midstream, mid-cycle. And so I think that we'll bring back a program regarding reducing or waiving fees for ADUs. One strategy could be to initiate that sooner than later, incentivizing permitting of those units, not just approval of the ADU, but actually the owner pulling a permit, which has lagged behind approvals for a variety of reasons, some of which are known, some of which are, the majority of which are unknown. But it certainly would be an incentive to pull a permit to take advantage of. You could consider it a pilot program if you so desired. And then that would tick up the ADU permit count and make it more justifiable to HCD for an increased projection over the full length of the cycle.
Okay, so any other comments on ADUs? Thanks for any other comments on any of the other items? So nothing else on G?
I just have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably something you can simply explain. It's the 10.6 conversion of illegally converted residential units. So it basically is saying residential units converted to commercial. So that means it dropped out of counting as residential. Like, how is that tracked, I guess? How do we, if they're illegal, how do we know about these things? I'm just.
This was in the last housing element as well. Okay. And we've had, I think there were two, basically through an investigation that was conducted by staff, we identified two properties that in the downtown that had residential, and some of those units were converted to non-residential, inconsistent with what our code required, which required a land use permit. So one of those properties has been resolved and is producing new housing. The other remains unresolved. So it's small, but I think
I'm just curious.
A total of 4 units at max. So it's not a big problem, but we do have data on it, information on it.
Have we had experience with maybe ADUs that have been built with non-permits, and would we, do we know anything of that, and would we include that maybe in our ADU, like working with those owners, or not, obviously, because there's ordinances about how they're being built? I'm just curious if that's considered in some. It sounds silly. It's probably a little amount, but you just wonder how many people have.
Are you talking about another moratorium or amnesty period?
Yeah, amnesty.
Yeah, amnesty.
Exactly. Amnesty.
Right.
Yeah, is that what Councilmember Kendall, is that what you're thinking of including in the ADUs?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So grandfather also includes amnesty. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so we're done with Appendix G, looking at general nodding. And we will go back to Appendix C. And Vice Mayor Dury, you've been waiting very patiently.
Well, I don't have my first live comment until page C11. So if someone's got something before that, they should ask it.
I have a question from Alla. Can we really discuss this? We said we weren't going to tonight.
Oh, good.
I am a little concerned because I think we did make it pretty vocal that we weren't planning on discussing it. So we discouraged comments. If there's some brief things that you want staff to consider to bring back for the next meeting, just so that we can have a more robust discussion, I think that would be appropriate.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember
How about questions?
I'm trying to balance the fine line of, I feel like
okay, yeah.
we're not being as transparent to the public if we start going too far into the discussion.
Okay, that's fine. But I will just say that I'm really disappointed this is set up so that we don't discuss opportunity sites until the last meeting that was planned for us. I mean, I don't know how we can. I know now we're going to go into June, but anyway, I'm frustrated.
Okay. So any additional comments on any of the items, or staff, is there something that you were hoping beyond what we have shared that you were hoping to get? And we can submit any of our nitpicky. Staff is available to answer any of our other questions about the appendices that we went through. Vice Mayor Dury.
And I assume we can submit substantive questions about C and try to, or is that not possible to get answers until April 23rd?
Well, we wouldn't be able to have them all come back to us. I mean, we've asked questions. I've, once again, having sat through 2 years of GPAC, I have had conversations, with staff on the opportunity site. So we're always able to ask those individual questions, but we can't have something forwarded back out or make changes from what Planning Commission has sent to us, would be my understanding. And I
I understand
nodding.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Greg, I should call you with questions.
If you have a question on C, happy to answer it, and or any others, and then we'll also try to make that clear for the public and the rest of the council in the staff report for the 23rd.
And
thank you.
And I agree with Council Member Vice Mayor Dury. As I know, we get our stuff the Wednesday before, but if possible, having, I don't know what's realistic, I don't know, to get the opportunity sites and in the format that it may not be possible before the Wednesday before, but in the format with the spreadsheet that allows us that tool to not play around with it, but to make some changes in the assumptions that GPAC has done over the last last year or so, and others in the community have. So as soon as we can have it.
Absolutely. We'll try to get a ASAP, and we'll certainly provide you with the modifiable worksheets. That was the intention of developing those, was to allow members of the public, members of GPAC, the Planning Commission, and Council to actually be able to manipulate those fields to craft a scenario and explore different scenarios.
And Councilmember Kendall had her hand up, and then Vice Mayor Dury.
So is it okay for me to ask you to do your Belinda ADU scenario using their projected ADU projections, not the average of the last 4? can I ask you to present that one?
I think we can do that.
Okay.
I'll look to Diana for affirmation that we can put that together for the next meeting. But I think we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Andori.
Yeah, another process question. So we'll be having our individual conversations with staff members, and we'll be sending minor changes to staff. Is it be correct to say that if we finish council and community discussion on the 23rd, that then we would get a updated draft of this on June 13th, or would that still be June 27th? And if we don't finish that conversation on the May meeting and it goes over to the June 13th meeting, would you then prepare a final updated draft for the meeting on the 27th with all of our, but we will definitely not see our nitpicky or otherwise comments reflected on paper until probably the June 27th meeting. Would that be correct?
If the council holds a meeting on the 13th, I think that may be feasible to reflect the edits made to date.
Okay. Great.
Okay, Councilmember Dawson.
I just wanted to ask, since obviously I think Colin Elliott has a spreadsheet that has been referred to for a very long time, if that could be put into public knowledge as well, because it's been referenced many times and I think we've seen it at various stages, Colin. So I'm wondering if it would be appropriate if we could include that into something that can be presented back as information to the public and to council. Does that question make sense?
Yes, it's been submitted as public comment. It's part of the record.
Okay.
We're happy to share
The
that
latest
out.
one, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So any other comments or feedback for staff that doesn't cross over the line of what was on the agenda?
Well, just to say thank you for all the
it's
gone into this. It's amazing.
No, when you think about it, I mean, members of the community, GPAC staff, all of the meetings that have taken place, as one of the speakers, discussed 20 different opportunities to weigh in. And so at the end, thank you to the members of the public who have stayed with us, but lots of appreciation to go around. So, anyway, so we will move on from this item.
Mayor Geringer, we do
yes.
need a motion to continue the public hearing.
Thank
May
you.
23rd.
So moved.
And do I have a second? Councilmember Dawson. Okay, and we will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Andori.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So we have unanimously moved the item to May 23rd. And thank you, Mala, for not letting me get ahead of myself. Okay, so we will now. Oh, and yes, thank you all very much. And now we will move to agenda item 10, which is to discuss items removed from the consent calendar. And we have, now I have to go back all the way up through my notes. It was item F. Vice Mayor Anduri will get to it before I do, but yes, item 6F. And so Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, I won't take long on this, but when someone 12 years on the Planning Commission over, I think, 3 different stretches, 12 years is a long time to serve on the Planning Commission because that is a very hardworking commission. It's more than the 2 meetings per month that are scheduled. It's working on, well, in Karen's case, the hillside ordinances, the downtown specific plan, just so many things that she's had a hand in. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank her for coming back and helping out in this very important period when we're working on the housing element and provide her experience. I mean, it's interesting that she's done it for 12 years. There's one member of the Planning Commission who has been on, he's in his 7th year, and all the others are under 4 years. So it was great of her to come back. I know she's looking forward to her new ventures. They sound very exciting. So I just want to say thank you to Karen and wish her well in her new opportunities.
Yes, I agree. And thank you for pulling it so that we could recognize her service and her leadership. And I think you said it very eloquently. I will just add that I'm hoping that in her new role with the Master Gardeners, that, might be able to get a tomato or something, as we're going forward. But actually, she's advised on tomatoes already. Anyway, so thank you very much to Commissioner Maggio. And she did let us know and give us a little bit of time that she was going to transition. So any other comments and are there any members of the public who want to comment on this item?
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Okay, and not seeing any. Do I have a motion to approve this item? Reluctantly, but.
Yes, so moved with appreciation.
Okay, and a second, Councilmember Dawson. Thank
I
you.
second it. Heartfelt appreciation, Karen.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll go roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Yeah. Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Andori.
Aye.
And I'm an aye with deep gratitude and appreciation. So we have unanimously accepted the resignation. So we will now go to our council commission and reports. So council, any updates that anyone wants to provide or any items for consideration for future agendas? Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, I just want to offer thanks to Sustainable Lafayette for organizing the Earth Day Festival. It was fantastic.
Great.
The council had a booth, and I know that 2 of you were not available for that, but those of us who were there, it was wonderful there were so many new residents of the community who came up to talk with us. So I thought that was pretty exciting, but it was also exciting, the booth holders and the, what they were discussing. We were right across, now I'm blanking on that. Gina.
The Project Earth.
Project Earth.
Oh,
and so
yeah.
they were getting great traffic at their booth. Environmental Task Force was, it was very well attended and great spirit throughout the event. So thanks to Sustainable Lafayette.
Yeah, that's a great effort.
And I would acknowledge that Councilmember Dawson and Michael Dawson were out helping with Bart Carr the day before, getting everything ready. So I may have seen them pulling weeds and things.
Community service is
yes.
right. Yeah.
Any other commission reports? Councilmember Kendall.
It's not a commission report. It's a request.
Or city council. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a request from not just one, but 2 people. It was, and it's to see if we want to consider this, is in the wake of the Los Gatos mother who was throwing the parties, there were a bunch of requests. It's like, why don't we have fines for parents throwing parties with underage drinking or of underage activity that we maybe should try to at least put some effort into thwarting. So that was something that I've been asked to bring forward. And I would be glad to bring that forward.
Okay. And so do we have agreement to bring it forward to discuss? I know that 2007 or something there, we did look at it. I wasn't on the council at that time, but I know that a parent brought it forward following another. Anyway, maybe farther back than that, but happy. I mean, I'm looking at you, Narup, in terms of, staff time and that too.
Right.
I could ask the chief. I don't know if there's something written in the law that already applies. Be happy to do a little bit of research and get back to the council.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, know that there was a call, and I can't remember if Arinda is looking at it. But I know that we had looked at it before. So any other, before I, so one update is on the Lafayette Community Day, and I was just looking down to make sure I have the right website, and then I'll work with getting the media kit and stuff over to Suzanne if we don't have it already. But the website is up. It's LafayetteCommunityDay.org, and you can start signing up for one of 6 or 7 projects and a number of projects helping to spruce up the Wayside Inn, the gazebo. Creeks has a project along Lee Creek side and the gazebo creek there. There's also a project out at the community center, and there will be an art project put on with the La Miranda Arts Commission that will have to do with kindness and the senior. There'll be 2 art projects in the Plaza Park. The Senior Services Commission will be working with LPI on an intergenerational kindness rocks project painting, and they do it with pens, so no messy painting and things like that. And then on the website you'll see the whole schedule of the day, but we'll start with a raising of the pride flag in the Plaza Park, a rally at the Plaza Park, and then everyone will go out, and then everyone will come back hopefully to the Plaza Park for barbecue and music provided by the Traveling Woolberries Review. And so should be a very fun afternoon. Presented by the Lafayette Community Foundation in partnership with the Chamber and the city. And I just want to thank, all of the people who have been working really hard on this. And so hopefully it'll be the first of many to come, and hopefully everybody will be available that day. I was sorry to miss the Earth Day. I actually made arrangements thinking Earth Day would be the week before on Earth Day, but anyway, I'm glad that others were able to attend. The other thing that I want to propose, and will watch staff, kick me under the table, nudge me under the table, but is having some sort of a Vision Zero town hall or special session, because I do hear in a number of the comments that some residents have a sense of, and I think we talked about this before, a sense of not a sense of really what it is, but sort of a sense of what it isn't. And so that's on us to help communicate what it meant to adopt the policy and what that means going forward and looking at our projects. And so I'll if everyone agrees, I would work with Narup to try and figure out a time to do that. It looks like all of our agendas are pretty busy over the next couple of months, so it may need to be a special day, a special meet. It will be special, but a special meeting at another time. And so wanted to just share that. We do have city schools coming up on May 26th. And so we'll be talking about traffic at that time again. We did finally were able to meet with Rob Sturm, and I met with Dee Rosario, our board member to East Bay Regional Park District. And so just this morning. And so he's going to take it back to staff, and then we'll work with our staff on who owns which piece of the property behind. So basically this is about the parking lot at Brioni's and being able to open that back gate and have it be accessible for drop off and pickup, taking some of the pressure off of the front parking lot. And then also looking to address that parking and pedestrian sort of conflict along Pleasant Hill Road. So more to follow on that. And I think feels like I've been doing all kinds of things, but I think those are the things that are for the good of the council, and an update on that. I'm very excited that CCTA gave the update today. So on those pieces. So, and I think that's it. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay. We will move on to the city manager's update.
I don't have an update this evening, Mayor.
She's shaking her head. Okay. We received lots of written communications that was in our packet related to various items, but not any that would have been called out otherwise. And so I do want to adjourn in memory. It's not someone necessarily that directly, well, actually, he has crossover with the Masonic Lodge, but last Wednesday on May 4th, the Michael Mickey Ganage, 102-year-old Navy veteran and Pearl Harbor survivor, passed away. And the just amazing person I got to interact with in my day job, but also very involved with the Masonic Lodge as a chaplain and countless hours of volunteering. And according to one of the people close to him, he was driving his hybrid car on the morning before he passed away in the afternoon. So someone who learned to drive a car driving a Model T was had his hybrid and doing his part on that last day. So I'd like to adjourn in memory. And we will adjourn. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Right.
Thanks.